Hello, all you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Lost in Chaos Scar, Season 2, Episode 5, Chomper and Sam Take 2. This is one of our Pokemon campaigns running with our custom Scar system, or Stories and Creatures in Alternate Realities. We shall begin, as we usually do, with introductions, though do be aware that this is a playtest system, and it is an open playtest, but things may change from one week to the next. Either way, go ahead, Enja.
Hello and good day, everyone. I'm your storyteller for this evening, Enja Lumerias. I play the allies, I play the enemies, and I orchestrate all manner of events, be them my own or prompted by players in or out of session. However, I will now pass it over to, we're still in the old setup, so Scruff.
Yes.
Hello, I am Archie.
Yeah, please excuse the mess, everybody. I'm still on my backup PC, so things aren't quite set up right. Carry on.
Hello, I am ArchineerRob. I shall be playing Scruff, the ground ice type. Heck. I shall be playing Scruff, the ground ice type Swiner. On to you, Raharu.
Hello everybody, I'm Raharu, and I'll be playing Paz, the solo water type Sobble. And I am looking forward to see whatever happens in the rest of Friendship Day today. On to you, Sim.
I am Razim, and I am playing as Nim, the Midnight Lichen Rock. He is a fairy psychic type. Chomper?
Hi, I'm Rex Strider. I'll be playing Chomper, Fire Water type, Fucocodile. Vane?
Hello, I am Taldirus, and I'll be playing Vane, the dark flying type Murkrow.
And considering what happened last episode, go for the recap, Chomper.
I seem to be concussed. I can't remember the recap. It kind of like faded after I know I saw a fist. The memory loss completely. Well, what's happening today? What's about Friendship Day?
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Well, let's see. We started last episode with I believe Chomper waking up to a wonderful sight of Noah sprawled on their bed, asking them, "You like friendship, don't you?" As they just kind of appeared from underneath their bed, and offered Chomper help, which Chomper accepted. To varying successes, we basically caused a dent on the floor, but Chomper was able to I kind of skipped the part. Chomper basically woke up with a lot of memories of a certain day that was happened last week on Wednesday. A day that wasn't that great for him because he never really had anybody to spend that day with. So he decided to change it, and he made it Friendship Day. And so, with Noah's help, Chomper went around and gave everyone the best gifts ever, and everyone liked it, and everybody got together, and everybody was friends, and it was a great. Didn't know that didn't happen at all. Chomper, literally within the first person I believe the first person they met up with, Samantha, caused a very, very big miscommunication in the sense of there was no communication, and Chomper literally had a headache after asking Samantha out on a date due to Samantha always talking about dates during their training and whatnot. And after the headache, Chomper had a memory to which they promptly, shouted that, oh yeah, I'm gay, oops, and proceeded to pretty much run away from the conversation, to which that did not work well at all with Sam, and Sam followed.
Hold up. You didn't just run away, you said, never mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
So never mind. Let's just go. We can just go eat at least.
All
And then ran
within
away.
the same minute.
I see my whole party definitely has their views on this. and it wasn't good. So, yes, Chomper basically axed out Sam and then immediately did not completely went back on it within a span of less than a minute. This was a whiplash for Samantha, who did not take it well. And after Chomper, met up with the team for a moment where we had dinner, thanks to Nim's cooking, and also Nim helped Chomper make a pie, apple pie.
It was breakfast.
It was breakfast. It was waffles, wasn't it?
It was a lot of things, but it was breakfast, not dinner.
Yeah. Again, Chomper is kind of concussed, so doesn't remember too much of it. Anyway, Samantha showed up and, everyone found out what happened. Everyone was appalled, and Chomper went outside with Samantha to make up for what happened by getting punched in the face. To which Kaza tried to help with a barrier. It worked, but Sam didn't take it as a counting, so we had to do one more. Oh my god. That is the picture of Noah just appearing on Chomper's bed.
You like friendship, don't you?
Literally like one of his French girls, just drawn up. Jesus.
This is fan art from Raijin.
Oh god.
I see.
Speed from rejection 80%.
I'm not sure if it's better or worse, the fact that Scruff was asleep under the bed the entire time.
Lordy, I've not seen that one yet.
Oh yes, they're being sent to me directly now, so that way, fan artists can get the live reaction at the beginning of the stream.
Goodness me. God damn it, Noah, you little gremlin.
He is indeed a gremlin. Helpful gremlin. Or gremlin. After Chomper got completely decked and looked like, I literally like a Looney Tune character after being shot with a shotgun, he had to be taken to a doctor. And we all know our favorite doctor, Sigmund. And Sigmund helped out Chomper promptly, healing him. And as well as, I believe around this time, if I'm correct, Vane got new medication, correct? From Sigmund?
That is correct.
Yep. To which it is actually working pretty well. He's fairly, at least to what, from the outside, it's currently working enough to where the spiral is at bay. And he's been actually working on other tasks and eating for once. But yes, Chomper was able to give the gifts to, I believe, Paz, Scruff, and as well as Vane and Kaza. They currently are working on a gift for Squirrel. And I think we're still in the middle of Friendship Day, if I recall right.
No, they sent this gift for Squirrel off.
Oh, they did? Okay, making sure. Wasn't too sure if we got to that part. But yeah, everything else is Chomper's concussed, so if anybody else wants to fill in any blanks, which
there is one thing missing. Scruff decided to go on a solo expedition back to Hamoa to get the tail guy.
I thought that was Scruff going back.
Yeah, I said
yes.
Oh, yeah, you said squirrel, and so
no,
that's what I heard.
Yeah, he
I heard it
stuff.
too.
Oh, okay, I heard squirrel for some reason.
I heard it too, but then again, I'm Chomper, so I always hear squirrel. Squirrel? Squirrel. Okay, moving on. But yeah, Scruff is on their own adventure to Hamoa, if that's canon. Scruff, is that canon? You're still going on your own adventure to Hamoa?
I wasn't gonna bring it up, but now you have, so it is.
It doesn't have to be canon. I was confused about it, so I don't know.
I honestly thought you were serious with that.
To be fair, it was. I think the wagon ride was cut down to like 2 hours. So if
yeah. But that's with the Tauros
Yeah,
transport wagon.
True. And then I kind of left it at that, and then I was going to say, like, how silly am I feeling on the day?
I mean, if you want to take it back, you're free to. I'm just saying that I just wanted to mention it.
Yes, thank you for bringing it up. Bringing it up. I think Scruff might make it a fair way down the road before possibly just going, salt this, I'm going to go to the library and ask Bean. Like, makes it down the road a bit, kind of thinks it over, and then goes, that looks a lot further on the ground than it did in the wagon.
Just realized this may not be the best decision he has ever made.
It's like when you take a trip in the car, and you're like, oh yeah, it's only like 15 minutes, and then you walk that route, and it's like, I've been walking.
It's been
40 minutes.
84 years.
As someone who has done that, of going, oh, I can walk to there. That's a nice spot to spend New Year's and watching the sun come up. It was. It was also like a 50-minute walk, and then I had to go back.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, Scruff will make it a ways down the road before sort of stopping and thinking, oh, on the one hand, this is a longer journey than I thought it would be normally, but he's also dragging this big case along behind him. So he'll kind of loop back around in his roundabout ways back up to the library. Never take a straight line. Why would you ever do a straight line? Do a big ass circle.
Now here's a route with some chest hair.
Zigzagging everywhere.
No, not zigzag. Search circles.
Yeah.
He's in no rush. It's a nice day. They haven't got anything scheduled. He's just enjoying a nice walk.
Truly.
Yep,
this
just a
is
nice walk.
The dankest
Yeah.
dungeon.
With balancing a case on his back, but just a nice walk.
Edo, thank you so much for that tip. That is the first tier of the tip goal completed.
Yay!
Impressive. So then, I suppose we shall begin. Alrighty then. Now, who should we start with? Let's see. Vane and Kaza are at the guild. I believe.
1 moment.
Retipped $25. You like friendship, don't you?
Raijin, thank you so much for that tip as well. That would be the next tier 2 and 3 completed. On to the last one.
Oh,
already.
goodness. All right. Alright, sure. Okay.
Impressive.
A generous bestowal.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Raharu, thank you for the tip.
okay.
You're welcome.
Not quite full yet, but we're only $10 away.
Jeez, almost getting there. What's
So
heart sense
fast.
realization, by the way? I'm curious. Heart sense realization.
Right down the road.
Well, I suppose
We'll
you'll
find out
figure
if we
out.
get it.
Okay.
So, as I was saying, I believe Vane and Kaza are at the guild. Did anyone else accompany them, or is it just those two?
I mean, technically speaking, they got found
A
by
generous
some people,
bestowal.
but then I think split back up after having found them.
Merle_2000
Ah, yes,
$10.
Kaza
Merle,
had a...
thank
my
you
goodness.
so much for that tip as well, Merle. That is the tip goal fully completed. Thank you.
I guess
everyone.
people are curious. Fair
right,
enough.
then.
Fair.
Oh shit! All right.
Heart
Oh.
sense it is, whatever that is.
But anyways,
Oh.
back
Also,
to the scene.
Scruff did go to the guild first. He went to the guild to ask about the guild tailor, only to find out that the tailor wasn't there. And that he
Yeah.
confirmed, yes, there was one in the previous town. So that theoretically, they would know that he's at least was asking about that and then set off in the direction of the road.
Yep. Doop doop doop. Hold on.
Holding.
Hold the line. Hold the line.
Hold the door.
Hold the line. Hamlet shall not fall.
Pardon that interruption. I got a call that was not legitimate, apparently.
Ah,
Anyway. Yes. Let's see. I believe Kaza had given Artanis and Zarok a talking to for Vane.
yes.
So they'd start being sensible. Do they have more business at the guild?
Vane was actually going to do something that he's been meaning to do because there has been multiple different like emergency services that were like mentioned and all that, and he has no clue like what the entire list of all that shit is, and he kind of feels like he really should, so
Fair enough.
he was going to actually check up on, oh hey, what sort of emergency services does the guild even offer? Because apparently there's one for the spy role. Like, you know, he knows that rescue teams are generally sent out to help people in need, but like, what exactly is even offered?
Yes. Fair enough. Then I suppose we'll start off with that. I assume you'll just approach one of the desks, having no better options at the moment.
Oh yeah, no, he just go to one of the desks. It's sort of just been the thing that he's been doing anyway when he has a question about something like this, but you know.
Yep. All right. Thankfully, there is one free and able to see you.
Nice. So Vane's just gonna go ahead and approach.
Hello. How can I help you today?
Yeah. So, I was curious because I know one or two that exist, but I don't know the full list. What sort of emergency services and the like does the guild actually provide?
You mean ones that might apply to you, or just in general?
Just in general would be nice. I got no clue what. The only ones that I really know of are rescue teams and the Dark Spiral response for obvious reasons, but I don't know about any others, so
Oh,
figured
well,
that's a
all
good
right, then.
thing to learn about and check up on.
Of course they choose now to do this.
The puppy's going wild.
Yes.
Of course
Anyway.
they are.
Let's start from the top. First of all, we have the general purpose rescue teams. They can assist with missing civilians, people who have been accosted or kidnapped by less than reputable Pokemon, and other teams if they are in need and send an SOS through their badge.
Oh, okay. Are there others that you give out? Like, are you in charge of, like, fire response or?
Well, given that there is a message that there is also a message feature with the badge that will allow you to contact the nearest guild facility. If any information can be provided, we can send a more appropriate team per situation. After all.
Oh, okay. What's the range on that then? Like, how far away do they work?
Oh, they work up to 40 miles.
Oh, okay.
And they also work inside of dungeons.
Yeah, okay.
Following this, if no guild facility is available, they will contact the nearest other badge that is not associated to your team. Team badges are linked.
Yeah, okay. I assume that's also how the map knows where the rest of the team is in the dungeon.
That would be correct, as the maps are also tied to your badges. Ergo, please do not trade maps for whatever reason with people outside your team.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it'd be a very smart thing to do.
Not at all.
So, I just thought of something. Why, like, are badges particularly expensive to make?
Well, due to their range of functions, they do take time to make. We want them to be reliable, after all, so each one is handmade.
Since the Cormyreans sent the price of turnips through the roof during the onion famine.
In that case, why don't you? Well, because one of the who just died? It's a Rex. Did Rex's internet just pop?
I think so.
Damn it!
Consistently.
Rex's internet.
The Jakovich card has been played.
Ah, I see.
Ah, okay.
Good
guess I should
timing then.
actually have that up. That would be a good idea. I will be pulling this up now.
All right. Rather than through a badge, you may just hear it blasting out of the communications orb.
Yeah, where's my? I forgot which tab group it was open in. No, that's my Starlight tab group. There it is. Found my ATA tab group.
Damn, I'm the one being cut in half this time.
Oh yeah, Paz is getting cut in half this time. He's, well, he's already got a little bit of a split going on, so I mean.
Yep, I was just about to mention that. How very appropriate.
Very appropriate, yes. All right. What else is I cough like that? All right. I guess I'm good for starting the little Ursovich Jakovich goings on.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
All right. Alright, so after last time, I went ahead and tried out that 1,000 Pokecoin idea. It went a whole lot better this time. It didn't completely ruin the thing, but, I went ahead and also asked my cousin Ken about the whole thing. Turns out that it wasn't with the Pokecoin, it was move trading with a friend. I just went ahead and made sure of that, because after last time, I got almighty curious about it, and, well, my cousin Ken, sir, is a good storyteller, so I figured I'd go ahead and hear it again. So, he's just going ahead and training with a friend and decides to try out a counter move at the exact worst time because his friend his friend is a pantsier, by the way. So his friend went ahead and used a big old fire move on him, and then he proceeded to counter it at just the perfect time. And well, because most counter things end up doing a little bit of a double damage effect thing going on it sort of made it all go out of control, and then his entire house went up in flames, which is really impressive considering he lived in a mostly stone house. But then again, I guess that's what you get when you use completely normal stones and and you got a quite the powerful buddy and then double it. But then again, it's all fun and games. I mean, you could just go ahead and replace the house pretty easily. It's not exactly the biggest deal, but it sure did get my Aunt Tiara to complain a whole lot about it. I mean, she didn't actually have anything there, but she lived just down the road and constantly complained about the smoke for the next week. She really didn't like my cousin Ken after that too much, but it was perfectly fine because my da eventually managed to calm her down, and cousin Ken kind of had to move after that, so it sort of got him away from the whole complaining bit. On the plus side, I went ahead and shared my jerky with him, and it actually went pretty good. I went ahead and actually got a fresh batch from one of them meat root farms. Actually, they got a pretty good stock going right now. Although I guess I just got lucky and happened to grab them just as they were getting a new batch in. I'm thinking about actually signing up on one of those and maybe getting a good little job doing that, so that way I can perfect my beetroot jerky recipe. It's I'm gonna have to compete with my Aunt Griselda, but I think I got a really good one going here.
Clap.
The receptionist is just sort of staring over at the communications over, like, oh, that man again. Okay.
Yeah. Just like, how the hell did he get like an entire guild-wide communications thing?
Someone somewhere has not done their job.
It was probably something that happened while Cultist was still in charge.
Well, technically it did, but yeah.
Well, where were we? Ah, yes, the features of the guild. We also, rescue teams are also involved when it comes to crisis control, due to natural events and or flooding. Or, for example, flooding.
So, why don't more people have... I mean, I know you don't want to give out, like, guild, but do they have to be in that shape? I don't... Like, is there something special about the shape that the badges are in?
Oh, no. We've just been making them for so long, I suppose that the symbol sort of became symbolic.
Oh. Okay, well, because the thing that I thought up and I was just kind of wondering is if there's no particular need to have it in that shape, why don't you make a cut down one that only works for communications? Wouldn't that be easier to make?
Welcome back, Rex.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, internet's cutting. It just went back on by itself.
Ah.
Well, I suppose we could.
Well, I mean, I feel like it'd cut down on a lot of the, at least, danger related to getting, spirited away by the dungeon, if everyone had a quick emergency thing that they could use to let the guild know.
So, like, toned down badges with fewer features, but the escape function, or just the SOS function?
I mean, both would work. It's just, depending on, because I don't know how expensive it is to make each kind.
Please don't disturb me while I plot over.
I'm not involved in the creation process exactly, but I could forward this idea.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just more of a... It feels like something that should probably exist.
So you're proposing sort of a non-specific, generalized, non-guild badge.
Well, yeah. Because it doesn't have to be a guild badge per se, it just has to get people out of the dungeon or let the guild know, oh, hey, someone just got taken by a dungeon. It doesn't really need to do much else.
It... Okay. As they take out a paper and start writing this down. It would probably assist with feelings of safety. Not that temporary dungeons are rare, but any protection is better than nothing.
Someone has just spoken reason around Vane. Vane is satisfied.
Yes. My gods. Oh.
Oh, damn it
There he goes again.
His internet must be very choppy right now.
Yeah.
I suppose it is.
Well, he's
Okay.
not here right now, so we might as well continue. Or he's not involved in the scene, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate.
I was gonna say if Ben is done talking about the tone down badge idea, Paz is probably gonna show up to a desk nearby or the same desk, whichever, because he wants to discuss them about selling his rainbow gummy.
All right. Yeah, like he was basically gonna stop on that and just like let him get back to the hole, like going over any like emergency functions. But I think that he was sort of done on that anyway. So yeah.
Yeah. Welcome back, Rex.
Oh, back.
So yeah, go ahead.
All right, so Paz is going to show up to the desk and inquire. Excuse me. Where can I get information? Where is it where I sell stuff that I've gotten in dungeons or other places?
Oh, is Digi gone?
Yeah, I think so. He's muted.
Apparently tonight is just the night of problems.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of technical difficulty.
Many. Yeah, it is probably his dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Middle sweats again.
Fortunately, I think that's just going to keep happening for a while. Damn it.
Yeah.
So I hope everybody's doing well right now.
Yeah, I'm doing alright. Just, well, I woke up not long ago, so,
Fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I'm sort of in the middle. I'm sort of in the middle of finishing my dinner. Today was a good day. I don't have any complaints.
I'd say this is a great time for open roleplay, but I don't think any of us are actually with each other.
I mean, I guess we could say that Paz went up to Vane's, the desk that Vane was at.
Okay, hello, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
There we
Perfect
go.
timing.
Welcome back.
So what did I miss again?
Basically nothing. It was just Paz coming up and he was going to try and sell his rainbow gummy.
Yeah.
Okay.
He went up to the desk that Vane was at.
I went to
All
the
right.
desk and asked, where is the place where I can sell stuff that I found in dungeons or other places?
I believe that would be the turn encounter.
Could you direct me to there?
Yes, by all means. Unless you want to sell it to another, unless you want to put it up for auction to a degree.
What kind of items are usually put in auction?
Well, something that you want the full price of, but it also depends on what the item is and what the current demand for it is in the area. If it's an expensive item, you might have a hard time selling it in Loot Light.
What is the price for rainbow gummy?
They will pause as they regard you. A rainbow gummy?
Paz is going to nod.
Oh. Okay, that's kind of a lot.
Really?
Quite so. A rainbow gummy. The standard selling price for a rainbow gummy is 10,000.
Paz is going to blink at that. Oh. I knew gummies sold at a decent price. I didn't know that rainbow gummies were quite that expensive.
Well, this one is special. A normal gummy is 800, which is a small sum, yes. But a rainbow gummy is a different category altogether.
I see. Okay, now that actually makes sense. You see, I got this rainbow gummy as a first first place prize in a carnival.
Ah, the founding festival then. Yes, I did hear that was not too long ago.
Paz is going to nod.
Okay.
So do you think it's not a good idea to try and sell it here?
Well, if you have something to sell, the guild will always buy it for half price. Always, regardless of your item.
I see. And put it, but something like putting it up for an auction in this place wouldn't be a good idea.
Considering the average level of team, it's unlikely to sell.
Fair. I'm not sure.
Considering your rank, it is a useful item, but I think at your current level, the Poke would suit you more. Would you like to know what a rainbow gummy does?
As
Actually, hold on. As she pulls up a file. Paz, your Paz. Yes?
Yes, that's my name.
Right. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. Do you know what a gummy is?
Yes, it's a consumable that usually, depending on the color, it is said to be very tasty to a specific type of Pokemon. Like the blue ones will be good. Like the blue ones will be tasty for me, and I heard that the rainbow gummy is like tasty for me.
You would be correct. There are more practical functions of the gummy as well, apart from being effectively gourmet.
Ah.
A singular gummy is also worth a full meal.
Oh.
So higher level teams generally, the well-to-do ones, will take these in lieu of things such as apples to save on bag space. It helps it how rapidly they can be eaten as well. The rainbow gummy in particular, apart from being literally everyone's favorite, will also raise all attributes by 2 stages.
Oh.
So it is an extremely powerful item.
Does sound very useful.
Quite so. Very handy if you're in a pinch.
Has nuts. Ah. I had no idea I had such a valuable thing with me. Like, I knew it was valuable. I didn't know quite how valuable it was.
So, yes.
When you tell me those options, now I'm actually not entirely sure what I should do at that moment.
Well, it is quite the useful item to have in the back pocket, but you could also just you could sell it or exchange it for items that would be more overall beneficial to you in the long term. The buffs are temporary after all.
That is. It sounds like something for high level teams to use for when going into a particularly dangerous area, I imagine.
Correct. Given the quality of the buff and how fast it can be eaten, definitely a good emergency item if something happens very quickly.
How's is going to nod. Okay, then I think actually might be a good idea to see what the rest of my team thinks about it. I'll get back to you.
Very well then. Considering the value of the item, however, you could exchange it for some items in storage if you opt to. We may not give you the full value of your item, but it would at least be a useful exchange for you.
Pass is going to nod. Okay, that's another option then. I'll consider what the things you've told me. Thank you.
All right, then have a good day.
All right, and Pass is going to leave. Well, not leave. He's still gonna hang out at the guild at the moment since. Well, most of the team is actually here. Actually, I think Chomper is still here, and Vane and Kaz are still here.
Potentially. We'll have to wait for Rex to return to speak for Chomper.
Yeah.
Yep.
And should this persist, we may have to change the title.
We may.
Oh no.
There's not much to do about internet issues.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, since Paz does want to get second opinions from others, I think he may just go up to Vane to ask about this then.
Alright, Vane is currently learning about the various services of the guild. Ergo, let's see. Where were we? Ah, yes. Vane had put forward his suggestion, and it had been written down by the receptionist with very minimal convincing.
Yes. He didn't have to fight for the idea at all. It was just sort of like, oh, this is just a good idea. Okay.
Sure, I'll pass it around.
Vane is content because he did not have to fight for this. He was expecting to have to fight for it, so. I don't know, he's just not used to his ideas just being accepted like that, so.
Yep. Following this, explorers, if they deem the situation within their control, are obligated to report the situation, just in case the situation evolves while they are handling it, so that we know that a situation is indeed in progress. But they can be first responders if they discover a situation.
That's pretty reasonable.
Mm-hmm. Following this, if we have forewarning that something large is going to happen, such as danger of a landslide, we'll usually try to get people there beforehand to start setting up preventative measures or evacuating people if there's nothing to be done about it.
Okay.
When mobilized, should we have the resources, we could relocate the buildings wholesale.
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that, but okay.
The power of a well-coordinated team.
Yeah. So, is there anything else, or?
Ah, yes. Now, there are more specific services. After all, each elemental type has its own pros and cons, so to say. According to your file, you are human Pokemon, so you are lacking in knowledge. Dark types have the most difficulty and the most teams dedicated towards them, be it seeking out potentially spiraling dark types, assisting currently spiraling dark types, and providing therapy to people who have been through the dark type and have since come back from it. The dark spiral, it's very difficult, especially for new dark types. It alters their mindset even after they've left the dark spiral, especially for the intelligent ones. Ergo, we would highly recommend they seek counseling services afterwards to help return them to a normal mindset, because while in the dark spiral, their mind is their own worst enemy, very literally, as It knows how you think, so it will present any number of arguments until it can present one that is logically and reasonably convincing to you to justify its current point of views.
All right.
And since it is a very reasonable, logical argument, even after leaving the Dark Spiral, the argument will stay behind as that is not emotionally based.
All right. What sort of services would other types need?
Well, there are various training services. However, for fire types, you may be surprised. There are teams to also help with Pokemon's general environmental resistances. As you can imagine, fire types have a hard time in rain, but they can become acclimated to it with exposure to it, generally lessening the effects that it may have directly upon them. Their moves will still be dampened, but they might not suffer health problems in the long term. And
So
ice types are
okay.
Ice types are also vulnerable to heat, quite exceptionally so. Just being near a sauna might cause some of them to pass out if they are otherwise not braced for it.
Huh. Well, okay. Interesting. First time I'm hearing about any of this.
Yes. Apart from trainings, there are also trainers to help with your instinctual habits. Flying types such as yourself are actually more comfortable outside and are prone to feeling extreme claustrophobia when in enclosed spaces with no way out, or rather no easy way out. Doubly so if the space is smaller than would be to your liking.
I'm guessing that and size requirements are why guild spaces are so large.
Quite so. There are a lot of large Pokemon, but we are also trying to be accommodating towards most types, or at least as many as we can.
Huh.
Let's see, past this... yes. Apart from counseling services, this is a less used feature, but we do also have secret keepers. If there is something personal that you want to set up, sort of a conditional contract that you want done if X were to happen, and they are bound to privacy. Some have extreme feelings at certain points in their life and will probably just need someone to confide in. Generally, we would try to direct them towards the therapy services, but if they are determined, most often these secret keepers are the holders of a person's last will and testament. But there are also others who use them for more personal secrets that they wish to confess, but do not believe very strongly in the churches.
Vane at this point is now just wondering if Sigmund has ever even used one of these ever.
Unlikely.
And I was about to say, like, he doesn't think so, but it's also like a little bit of like an interesting like consideration.
Well, at the very least, he'd more likely use one of these than a church.
Well, yeah. I don't think I literally think that Sigmund's corpse would rise up and try to kill you if you tried to bring him to a church.
There is a non-0% chance of that.
He's a lich, but when he dies, he won't come back unless you try to take him to a church. It's just part of his whole lich ritual there.
Anger-fueled lich. No, I don't eat souls. I just get angry if you try to bring me to specific locations. Resurrect through sheer resilience.
I like that actually. That is a funny idea.
How dare you try to make me see my axe?
A lich wall, if you will.
Ritual, yeah. Oh god damn it, now I'm just thinking about the song I Will Survive with Sigmund.
Ah!
Oh dear.
It's so wonderfully cursed.
It is quite, actually.
Yes.
Sigmund singing in general is pretty cursed.
Yes.
Unless he is actively insulting you in song form.
That would make a lot more sense, yeah.
Q has been hotel loser.
Well, only the first minute.
Only the first minute.
After that, it no longer applies, but certainly the first minute is very applicable.
Yes.
By the way, Taldarius, could you bring in your the little bot thing?
Yeah, sure.
Bot thing?
Oh, so that's what it's for.
Yep. That's what the substitute towel is for.
Oh.
You know what?
Right.
You know what? I'm just gonna... Don't, like, click disconnect on it. Just, like, fucking yeet it down to, like, the Shadow Realm or something when it's
Sounds
no longer
good.
in use. That way you don't have to ask me to put it in or out. Put it in the living room, take it to the tabletop. There you go. There you go.
I was wondering what the cool substitute tab was for. Now I see.
Yep.
Oh, literally for fixing the icons.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
That's great. I like that.
Cool substitute towel.
Yep.
I also love that it's a freaking Sorwar plushie. Very
Yes, it
appropriate.
is. That's why I made it that. All right. Vane has obtained a fair amount of information and is straight up going to be ignoring a little portion of it. You will drag Vane to therapy by his cold dead corpse.
Oh.
Yep. Ah, Rex.
Rex,
Move the substitute.
move it. Yeet it to the Shadow Realm.
Oh, apparently I still get clipped when even with the substitute there.
Well, yeah, it's because someone else joined.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. Now it's fixed.
Yeah, to do.
But yeah, you will. Oh,
God damn it!
Oh,
all right,
Bring it
okay,
back.
substitute back.
bring it back.
I just keep getting split in half, everybody. This is
No,
my,
that's the.
this is
Oh
my
my
day
god,
today.
that's literally your two characters.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that's what we were saying.
Fun!
Tanya, just so you know, there's no oh, wait, no, there is. Fuck. I was thinking about so much shit that I'm, like, thinking about the cool substitute towel thing because it was for Starlight, so I was thinking of Starlight, and then I'm like, oh, wait, no, wait, shit, wrong game, fuck. Whee! Let's go! Brain scramble. Don't worry, I only have a little bit of drain damage from dragging the substitute around. It halves your HP. Well, it doesn't happen. Like, you know, it cuts your HP, so I'm getting a little bit of drain bramblage from moving it around and making so many.
If I remember correctly, it's like 20% of your HP.
It's like 25, I think, but yeah.
Yeah, quarter.
Patch Saldarius.
The first one is a reminder of that influence from, I think, last week, and then the second one was the
Ah.
influence that just came in.
I see.
But yes, you will get Vane to the therapy never.
Ever.
Well, about that.
He will be attempting to escape any therapy very quickly.
Okay.
Or without saying anything.
It is on your file that some doctors came to visit you. If you'd like to request any of the services, they are all available.
Vane is just going to go, I already have a doctor, I'm just gonna go talk to him.
Oh. Well, by all means then. Until someone stands besides Vane and like with a hand on either side of him, just sort of like hoists him up gently as it is Artanis. Like, I think we're seeing that therapist.
Artanis, I have a doctor.
A doctor and a therapist are two very different things. Vane.
Also, I think you might want to let go of me pretty soon.
He is going to set him down as he like flexes his hand a little bit. Weird.
Yeah, no, that's part of the thing, and why I am very insistent about, if anything happens, going by Sigmund for it.
Well, I don't understand the situation, but
okay, you know
I'll
what?
just go ahead and make that appointment for you.
I'm just going to give you a very small rundown. Due to what Sigmund came up with for his medicine, my shadow is now autonomous, and all of my negative feelings are being forcefully shunted towards it, resulting in any influx of dark-type energy I have immediately going to the spiral, and not the spiral, but the shadow, sort of through a chain effect, and so yeah, I kind of can't spiral now, so long as I have my medicine. He's working on getting me an actual item for it. I had to give him a dusk stone for it, but very worth it. On the other hand, I now have a slightly autonomous shadow that really doesn't like me being touched.
Huh. I was wondering why it felt like I'd stuck my hand in poison.
Impasse will be showing up right about now, but he's going to be silent for now.
Yep. So
the receptionist just says, like, should I put that on your profile?
Probably. I was just more going to wait for that until had the actual thing ready from Sigmund, but yes.
Oh.
I've spread around the medicine to multiple members of my team in case something happens to my bag.
I see. What interesting. Good for you, I suppose. I've never heard of that, but it certainly sounds effective.
Vane is just going to stare blankly at the receptionist a bit. I've been here a week. Please consider what has happened in order for it to get to this point. I will not be elaborating.
Well, to more easily do the rest of my job, I will not consider that.
Anyway, I do not want to do anything relating to this unless I talk to Sigmund about it first. Considering that I have been explicitly warned about the danger of getting any sort of fairy type anything ever right now, because it might turn off my medicine. So I am just going to run everything through Sigmund. That is the much safer option. That is what I will be doing.
Yes, very understandable. And, Mr. Artanis, you cannot forcefully make a therapy appointment for another dark type. That is not how this works. Nuts.
Nuts. What is this? What's this? Hi. What is this about therapy?
There are therapy services offered to dark types who have been in the spiral. Considering my time period of being in the spiral was approximately, I don't know, like half an hour. And I don't want to go do therapy, so.
Paz is going to not. Okay. I see. Well, I suppose you probably know best in this regard.
Yeah, so I'm just not going to go through that whole thing. Also, did you need something, Artanis? Why are you here?
Oh, well, actually, my friend wanted to talk to you.
Oh, is it a different person, or is it your teammate?
It's my teammate.
Okay, well, that
Actually,
would have been
they
much
kind of
more...
wanted to talk to your team. More so than you in particular.
Ah, okay. Well, I guess I'll... I guess I can't really say. But you know what? Just tell them to come by the library in a little while. That's kind of where we're staying, so...
Yeah, they kind of started becoming insistent after that place exploded.
Ah. Yeah, that.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah, you've been through a lot. Just, I can't even begin to imagine. So anyway, I'm gonna go tell them. You keep doing what you're doing, I guess. And with that, Artanis will excuse himself.
All right, that's...
I wonder what this is about.
Well, I don't know. There are many things that it could be about, especially has Guardian Corps guy. I believe it was Second Lieutenant Kai Takasagi.
That's
Did he
correct.
end up talking to any of you guys?
Yes. Actually, they've also left after recording about this incident, saying that this was very alarming and needed to be reported of immediately.
Ah, I was just more wondering because he mentioned that he was probably going to also be attempting to talk to my entire team. So
Yes.
I think I talked with him. I'm not sure if I was able to give him any good information, but I'm not sure about everybody else.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, I guess just what did you need, Paz?
Oh, right. I kind of wanted to get some opinions here because I just found out how expensive a rainbow gummy actually is.
I did tell you it was a lot. I didn't remember the exact amount, but
You never told me the exact. You never told me the exact amount.
yeah, well, yeah, because I never looked it up.
Yeah. What was it again? What was it again, DG?
It was 10K.
Yep, 10,000.
Yep. Paz is gonna say it's 10,000 Poki apparently.
I think that's more than the gold bars we found forever ago, like combined.
Yes.
I think that was around 8,000.
Yes, I believe so. And I'm just kind of wondering what I should do about this, because not only is it expensive, not only is it very valuable, it's also a actual very good item. And Paz is going to tell Vane about the information that the receptionist told him about what the Rainbow Gummy does.
Yeah, Vane is going to say, yeah, I definitely think that we should probably sell it, at least in some capacity, because, well, by the prices of other things, you could get probably multiple pieces of good gear just by yourself.
Yeah, I was thinking selling. I was thinking that selling it would be the best idea. I was wondering whether to sell it at the guild right now and get it for half of its value, like they told me, or maybe wait and see if I could sell it in a better place at an auction for a better price.
You could always try and just canvas it a bit. I mean, I know that obviously Team Arleon is an ace team. We got a couple other strong teams around. You could always try and sell it to Ciel or Sigmund. I know Sigmund just kind of eats gummies, so he might want it.
Huh. Okay, I could ask Sigmund, or I could maybe go ask Team Arleon.
Yep, there's also Artanis and his teammate, Team Evasion.
Okay.
They might want it. Okay. Just, you know, it might be better to try and go to them directly instead of trying to just auction it.
Paz is going to not. Okay, that's actually a very sensible idea. I think I'll go do that then. Thank you.
Alright.
Damn. If Paz is going to look for, like, the first one, the first one that he's in his line of sight, and that would probably be Artanis. It was just there. Unless somebody from Team Wilding is around the place.
Might be a doggo time.
Mm-hmm. Doggo time.
Doggo.
I gotta like the little mental image that somebody in the chat put in my head that Digi's doggos are like a Buchiena and a hound hour just arguing in the background.
That's pretty funny, yeah. I did enjoy the rather pushy attempt to have Vane go to therapy, and Vane basically just like pretending everything's okay. He's just like, nope, I am not. Nope, just not happening.
Not happening.
So we need Kaza to tell him to go.
That would work.
Yeah, would work.
that one would work.
I'm surprised we don't have Kaza and Vane shipping art yet.
I mean, it's probably going to happen eventually, but yeah, that is kind of surprising.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm surprised because there was that entire situation of Kaza literally just like pulling Vane into a like hug cuddle session for a while.
Yeah.
And Vana's just sitting there awkwardly like, what do I do? Do I just exist? I think I just exist.
Teach my hamster to suck eggs.
I'm just going to exist here.
Sometimes just existing it does work actually. So
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, hey, another Tana influence.
Ooh.
Hello, Tana-chan.
One of these days, Nim might actually get to do his training with Sigmund.
Maybe.
There's a distinct possibility of that happening sometime soon.
Mayhaps.
Man, today really is a technical difficulty session.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it has to happen eventually.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that it's all happening at once, but...
Yeah. Hopefully that means we're expending our bad luck in this regard at the moment.
Yep. I mean, I doubt it, but hopefully.
Hopefully.
My favorite part of loving math, knowing how to card count, and being a tabletop gamer means that I know exactly how little, like how much it doesn't matter for, like, luck spells and all that, for it being, like, positive or negative, because they're all independent events, but when playing tabletop games, I'm suspicious enough and superstitious enough anyways that I act like it will.
Well, yes, Dice Jail exists for a reason.
Yes.
Even though every dice, technically,
Actually, that is a very good voice line.
You see, dice are magical. By science, they should have the same chance of any number coming up. However, they don't care about science. I'm talking about, properly made dice that aren't weighted and such.
Give me a bui right now.
They technically should have the same chance of anything coming up. However, that's not the case, as any tabletop player can tell you. As we could tell you from the Saturday game, right, Carcerus? Oops, all ones.
So dice are the beast of possibility or probability.
Yes.
That's what Carson
All
says.
right, I live one more time. This time because of a missing dog scare.
Oh.
Yeah, it turns out that at some point one of our dogs had gotten in the car as people were arriving home, and they'd closed the door behind it, not noticing the dog was in the car.
Oh no.
And we only discovered this now.
Ooh. Okay then.
Based on all known laws of probability, dice should possess an even chance of rolling upon each side. However, dice continue to roll ones anyway.
Oh my god, Beerus, I love that. I love that emote.
Yeah,
They're
that
actually
was
mad at
All
me.
ones.
that was made Saturday because Whiskers was here and doodled that up, and Arrow was like, I have to have that finished.
Fair. Okay, so from the last thing I was doing, Vane just gave Paz a very good idea, and he's actually like looking for the first person from these categories to talk with them. He's either looking for Team Arleon or Artanis in his team, because he's want to inquire with them about selling the Rainbow Gummy.
Vane also mentioned Sigmund as a possibility, but yeah.
Yes, and Sigmund. I just didn't mention it because I doubt Sigmund is in the guild hall right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what Paz is doing.
Fair enough. Then by all means, I believe that you could inquire about their room number.
Paz is going to not.
And as it is on record that they were a former mentor team of yours, they would happily provide the information for you.
Okay,
That's
good.
nice of them.
Okay, I guess Team Marlin it is. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, Paz already does know where they're at. He actually asked for this a few days ago.
That is true.
Yeah. But still, maybe could be a good idea for him to ask in case they may have moved or something. As that is.
More than fair. However, as you are getting ready to leave, Vane, Kaza, and yourself note a Pidgeotto is approaching your little trio very deliberately.
All right. Oh, also, out of game. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
What happened?
No, don't worry about it. You'll understand the oh-nos.
Oh, okay.
All right. Vane is gonna just give out like the smallest sigh of like, it's just everyone wants to talk today, I guess. All right.
Actually,
let's see who this is.
They aren't looking at you, they're looking at Kaza.
Oh. Now Veda's a bit more curious about whatever the fuck is going on here.
Paz is before he leaves. Paz is going to like see whatever is happening with Ben and Kaza.
Hey, you! Didn't think I'd ever see you out of Hamoa. Leave me alone, Yegor. So, nice badge you got there. It suits you. Kaza is frowning. So, what got you demoted? I'm not demoted. Oh, yeah? Then, what's going on? I joined a different team. Oh? So what's wrong with them if they take you? There's nothing wrong with them. They just wanted to take me along, that's all. And I am a member, and we are having a fine time. Sounds kinda strange there, little guy. But don't worry. I'm sure if you work really hard, you and your new, caretakers will rise the ranks soon enough, despite your abilities. Or, well, I guess you know them better than anyone. See you later! And they leave. With the receptionist frowning and saying, like, ugh. It's that attitude it's that attitude that keeps them at bronze.
Yeah. So
Who was? Yeah, who was that?
that's
The storm
that's
card was
Yegor.
played.
Oh
oh,
dear.
honey, there's a storm coming. Don't you know it?
I mean,
Oh
they've just
yeah.
left. Can they like get struck by lightning or something?
Well, when
There's
it's
a non-0% chance because Artanis hasn't even left and he's just there like the capacity of that bird. Holy fuck.
when it's raining, thunder is 100% accurate.
We had a Vane is just idly asking. So, who was that? To like the receptionist or Argenis if Argenis is still just like right there.
Artanis just shrugs like, I don't know that loser. I don't know that. The receptionist, however, would clear her name. She's like, that's Yegor. They're Pidgeotto. They have some attitude problems, but they're in a team of all bird Pokemon called team what was it? Hold on, let me go pull it up. Ah, yes. Team Ace Edge. But they've been in Lulite for a little while now. They've well, they can clear the dungeon, but we've gotten a lot of complaints about their attitude and disposition, and they have failed their promotional exam twice. Not for lack of ability, but also their attitude, and quite honestly, they're not all that far from dismissal, seeing as how they were ignoring repeated warnings to just be nicer, be more considerate of others' feelings, and we're probably not going to be wanting them to represent our guild. We have plenty of teams, so we won't be missing one such as theirs.
Oh, so there's a social component to the promotion exams.
Yes. We want to make sure that you will well represent the guild and act in others' best interests.
I see.
Or at least act in ways that have some amount of self-respect.
The memory card has been played.
Nice. Also, can Vane roll an insight, or does he have to like see how Kaza's doing after that?
You don't have to. Kaza seems
time for bashing
well.
something?
They're certainly keeping a very calm face, but like they seem mad.
Paz would probably
and
notice this as
it
well.
seemed that they knew their name, indicating that this is not their first encounter. If he started with "Leave me alone,"
yeah,
Paz
This
is
ain't
gonna
his first rodeo.
Paz is going to point pick up to Casa. Casa, are you all right there?
Yeah, no, I've seen them in Homoa before. They don't know what they're talking about. I'm fine.
Paz is going to blink. You don't really seem fine. If I be honest.
I guess I hoped they wouldn't still be around.
Ah,
I'm not demoted.
you really aren't. You.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I think you still.
voluntarily gave up your rank to be with us. That's not
Yeah,
exactly a
that's
demotion.
Yeah. I mean, you were a solo silverman.
yeah.
Even considering your circumstances, that is actually impressive.
Yeah, like I think that they were mad at me before because I was higher ranked than their entire team. Is like, and I know that, but
Ah, he's jealous.
I still
I
don't
see.
like it that they just keep poking at me, even though I've done literally nothing to them. I'm just
It is jealousy. I see. Huh.
probably like I think they liked my dad. They they used to come over to like try to get advice from him, and it's like, well, one day my dad caught them being rude, and they didn't come back to Hamoa because he threw them. He threw them very hard.
Huh.
But also his advice didn't really help them because their problem was their attitude.
What kind of advice did he even give? Then, like, I can't really picture your dad giving out sagely advice.
Well, more stuff about like synchronizing their attacks instead of being a 3 solo act.
Ah.
Teamwork, cooperation, attacking together, or like one of them using their actions to set up someone else.
Ah. Okay, I guess CL would be good at giving information about that. Yeah. Which means if they didn't took it, then I guess they're stupid. Pat is just going to shrug. Eh.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think it. Paz, how about you go figure out the whole gummies situation? I think we're probably done here for the day.
Pat is going to nod. Okay. Yeah, I was just about to go do that. But yeah, that kind of curious about that Pokemon just suddenly show up. Okay, well I'll meet you guys at the library, I suppose.
Yeah.
Pat is gonna go ahead and go. Actually, wait. Artanis is right there, right?
Yeah, he's just looking like he wants to kick that bird through the door.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way,
Actually,
he started raining, and not very and not very gently either. It's like, huh. Someone must have used rain dance.
Rain dance.
Oh, it's a weather changing move. It's a weather changing.
Oh. Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Oh. Is that well, how difficult is it to learn such a move?
Fire. Heed my call.
Another storm card?
Oh my.
Oh me, oh my.
Well, I don't know if it's difficult exactly, but it's pretty situational, and we usually like have them at silver and above rank because that could have consequences environmentally if weather changing moves were abused.
Paz is going to not sense, and just keeping this in the back of my mind because I don't remember all the weather effects, but I do remember hearing that rain is good for water types. So
Oh yes, actually, it's quite ideal.
yeah, that's why. Maybe with something that would be good for learning for me sometime in the future.
I'd imagine it would suit you well.
Oh, also, Artanis,
Yeah.
I
What?
I have a question for you.
Sure. Shoot.
Are you looking to buy a rainbow gummy by any chance?
Not especially.
Okay. I was just wondering because I am I actually have one in hand and I am and I'm kind of looking to see if anybody would like to buy it.
Oh, cool beans.
So Paz is going to nod and then he's going to leave now towards the room of Jamalion. Okay, that is one of the checklist.
Alrighty. As Paz goes to the room of Team Arleon, where everyone is waiting, or everyone seems to be talking or discussing something. But as you knock and browse inside, two people are missing actually.
Who are the Pokemon that are missing?
You do not see Farion, and you do not see Lilac.
He is going to approach the first Pokemon that's near him. That is not Therion.
That would probably be Zarak. Oh, hello, Paz.
Who am I talking to?
Zarak.
Who is that again?
The Absol.
The leader.
Okay. Hi. Hi, Zarak. How is it going?
It's going all right. We're discussing what we're going to be doing going forward, but did you need something?
As nuts. Yeah, actually, I remember hearing that you guys are actually a pretty high ranking team, right?
That would be correct.
Yeah, and I've kind of got it. I kind of got an advice to maybe ask around since you guys are here. I have this thing that I want to sell. It is going to like show the rainbow gummy he has in a box.
Huh. Well, would you look at that? I do believe that's a genuine article.
Yeah, I got this at a price in the festival back in Hamoa. Yeah, and well, the guild could always get it. I can always sell it to the guild for half price, but I kind of been wondering. Well, somebody told me that perhaps I could ask a higher ranked team to see if maybe they'd like to buy it for a higher offer.
More than just 5,000, you mean?
Has not.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, sure. So, are you looking straight pokey, or are you looking for a barter?
I'm looking for straight pokey. I'd rather have the money to buy stuff myself.
Okay, then we offer you 5,001 Pokey.
All right. Let's see. Well, let's see what I've got on hand. As he'll start checking his bag. It's now time to roll some dice.
Ooh.
Dice roll. Dice roll.
Dice roll.
Oh, no, incorrect.
Wrong.
Let's see. With what I have on hand, I suppose I could offer you 8,400.
Ah. Okay. Yeah. I'm down for that.
All right, good stuff then.
As it turns out, Enja was so in depth with all of this, he even figured out how much money each person has.
I won't say you're incorrect, because this is just what's in Zarok's bag.
Uh-huh, exactly.
As he will do the exchange. Zarok has gained a rainbow gummy at a technical discount, and Paz has gotten quite the sum.
Yep.
At a better rate than he could have from the guild.
Yeah.
Everyone wins here except the guild, technically.
But considering the founding festival where Paz got that for free,
Indeed.
I don't think they'll be hurting for this. I don't.
Yep.
I have quite a lot of Poke now. Yummy.
Pokey is pretty great.
And well, before, thank you for this. Now,
Oh.
now I wonder what I will do with this Poke, but I guess I have a lot of options now.
Well, if you go to a larger city, I'd probably recommend visiting the Porygon Bank.
Porygon Bank?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a risk of pickpockets and whatnot, or just thieves. So, people can make accounts with the Porygon Bank.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Yep, they've got a lot of security, considering that apparently they digitize the money, so it's pretty hard to steal.
Paz is wondering what Sarog means by that.
Asher
Okay.
cackles in the background. Digital money, you say?
Ah.
Funnily enough, Shade is also someone who would give them a conniption because of his ability with identity theft.
Yeah, I bet he would.
Ah. Okay, well, I'll keep Oregon Bank in mind then, in case we go to a big.
Geeman, it's Porygon, not Vaporeon.
No. That would not be safe at all.
Yeah.
Well, I keep that in mind then. Also, question, Sarok, if you don't mind me asking, where is Lilac? I don't see
Oh.
her.
Oh, she's with a Farion.
Oh. And where are they in a where they're not here right now? Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, Vane doesn't want to see Farion, and Farion's pretty huge, so he's
Ah.
in the next town over.
Ah, I see. Ah, okay. No, understandable. I was actually asking because, well, like was teaching me ice move about ice energy the last time I saw her. I was
Ah.
actually wondering if she could have taught me a little bit more, but I guess not right now.
Probably not right now. I mean, I guess if you could find a way for Vane to be cool with him, then they could come back. But that seems a bit of a tall order.
Has gonna rub the back of his head. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen right now.
Oof. So yeah.
Well,
Good
yeah.
luck with that, I guess.
Has nods. All right, well, thank you. And he proceeds to leave awkwardly.
Having made bank.
Indeed. Yeah, well, now that Paz made his transactions, he's back to the library.
Yep. Now back to Vane.
Yes. Well, first I do want to ask what the hell Nim has been up to this entire time, but yeah.
Yeah, alright. May as well. Nim.
Yay, I get to do a thing.
Yes.
Yay.
Last time Nim was going to Sigmund's for the training.
Ah, yes. Well, he will inform you that he's busy making an item. He's busy. But he could tell you some basics if you were so inclined.
Well, I suppose if it's not dangerous for me to practice on my own, then yes, some basics would be suitable.
I don't know if you'll make much progress on your own, but
Well, I will say I was already able to at least sense it and could reach out and touch it. I did not want to go further without more guidance, but I was able to do at least that much.
Right. Alright. So then, what is the nature of your magic? It doesn't seem like something that is inherent to here.
Well, my magic comes from two separate sources. In my own realm that I came from, they would be referred to as divine as well as arcane.
Sigmund pauses for a moment, his hands tightening slightly as he hears the words "divine," but then proceeds. Interesting. Well, both are found in this world.
I assure you that the divine magic that... Oh, hey, Hex is here finally. Hi, Hex.
Hi, Hex. Greetings,
Hi,
Hex.
What was I saying? Sorry, I just saw the art stream pop up and kind of broke brain.
You were saying I showed you the divine magic and then you stopped.
Right. The divine magic that I wielded did come from a proper deity and not one of the ones that you all have here. One that actually
Noted.
cares.
I can hear Sigmund pressing X from here.
Yeah, probably, but, you know. Either way, so you say both of them exist here, yes?
Correct.
Then how do I go about tapping into it?
Well, Divine might be a bit of an odd one. So I'll just teach you Arcane. That is more probably tied to... Are you familiar with Druidcraft?
Ah, yes, I do know at least, I do at least have some basic understanding of that, yes.
Alright, I can probably narrow down a bit more where you're from then. It's similar to that. It's taking in ambient energies and using them.
Kenku tipped $20.
Or rather...
Donatio.
One sec. Kenku! Thank you so much for that tip. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I will say that I was born in Faerun, if that helps.
I am massively familiar with that one.
I also spent time in Ravnica. Actually, was able to utilize white mana for a while.
Interesting. Well, magic here is probably more green, if I had to attribute it to anything else. First, let's start with the basics, then. You will have to try to sense it. You've already done that. Then you're going to have to reach out and touch it. It's a more spiritual thing.
Alright. And you mentioned that I would need some form of focus, yes?
To cast it, yes. First it's going to have to accumulate inside of you, though. After you touch it, it will start searching you for something to be the vessel, the container. To cast it, or rather to endure the transmutation of that energy into something else, ergo a spell, then you would need the focus.
I was thinking on that, and I believe that these may be the solution for myself. And he reaches up and taps on his fangs.
Sigmund considers this and ponders. Maybe for your divine magic, but I don't know if the arcane would take to it favorably. They are two different beasts, after all.
Well, for the arcane side of things, he will reach up and pull back his hair a bit. Or mane, whatever you call that. He'll pull it back and There is a glowing tattoo there.
There's one up on the...
What's that?
Well, this was a focus that I used when I was in Ravnica when I first obtained the arcane magic. Well, not first obtained, but it's a little complicated on that front. But either way, it is magical ink in there, so I figured it may be suitable for at least focusing the energies. If not also storing it.
Huh. I'm not very familiar with magical tattoos, but if it works, I suppose. If it is the vessel and the and the focus, well, it's worth trying. Anyway, do your focusing thing, I suppose.
He shall attempt to do so. What do you want me to roll? Or does he
What
just...
did we roll last time?
I don't remember. It was 2 weeks ago.
Fair enough. I believe it was a soul instinct survival?
I am good with that. Seven.
All right. Sitting down and focusing once more, you are back in that state of sensing that slow, heavy, almost crushingly heavy pulse, as if you were sitting atop a whale's vein.
He will reach out and attempt to touch it.
All right. I will take an integrity check. Either mind or soul.
I will go with soul. And instinct.
All right.
Soul boost for that one. I don't like that. Do I have any willpower left? Oh yeah, I got lots. I'll just willpower the whole thing.
Okay.
That's much better. And soul for the one. Four.
Well, touching it, it is hot and cold simultaneously. As like just brushing your fingers against it feels like it leaves a residue on you that comes up with you. And it's slowly creeping upwards. This doesn't feel like it's going to be a fast process, and it's probably going to be a pretty strange process if this feeling is to be believed that this is just the norm. It's doesn't seem to be a very easy way to describe it. It is like extremely dense, not sticky, but it is certainly moving of its own accord. And it doesn't seem like you'll be able to get this off anytime soon, as it crawls up you.
He's going to speak up while meditating. Is there a... Is this a process that I should just allow to happen? Or is there a way to make it go faster? Or should I be doing anything else on that front?
Well, I can't imagine that the first time is very easy, especially if you've still got if you've got different mana inside of you, which the answer is probably yes. Ergo, it's probably going to be pushing past that, overtaking it rather.
I was also aligned to green mana. I wielded a white mana piece, but I was able to use green.
Right. So it should be fine. Just start letting me know if it starts getting, I don't know, painful or if there's a very sudden shift in your state of being. Other than that, it's probably just going to take its time.
Understood. And Nim, for his part, is going to kind of try to focus it for flowing towards his fangs and the tattoo to kind of store it in there.
All right.
And he'll be content to sit there and let it do its process. Unless he feels he's able to go do other things while it's flowing.
Well, certainly raising your hand from it stops more from coming onto your hand. It seems like what is already on you will keep moving, but to keep the flow, or rather to get more, he'd probably have to remain seated. So I guess it depends on how much he thinks he needs or wants.
Considering there are gods that will literally just blow up buildings willy-nilly, he would like to make sure that he's got a pretty good supply. So he'll just sit there and wait. He's patient.
Fair enough. As Nim is working on his vessel and potential catalysts at the same time. Now I will ask, Scruff, how are you doing?
Scruff is wambling back up towards the library in the most out of the way meandering route because he's just enjoying himself.
Fair enough. Scruff's having some time to himself, and you know what? This ain't bad. It's very peaceful.
Scruff is enjoying
except when it started raining.
Oh. Well, he was carrying the case on top of himself, so.
Which is grand, actually. Makeshift umbrella. It is
makeshift umbrella.
Muddy, though. Especially after not too long. There wasn't that many clouds. Where'd the storm come from? And then why did it get worse? There's lightning cracking.
Scruff is regretting some decisions, but he made them. Not much you can do about them.
Yep.
He's heading back to the library. He's
Probably
not
doesn't
going to
take
enter through the lobby.
probably doesn't take you too long. However, what is surprising is that Bean is waiting for you with 3 towels and a bucket of water.
Scruff tilts his head in confusion, feels the case start to shift, and immediately does a little balancing thing to keep it steady.
Did you enjoy
Bean?
your... Hello there, Scruff. Did you enjoy your outing? Did you?
Oh, you did? I
That's
actually had something to ask you about.
Proceed then.
Oh, preferably out the rain. I don't want to. I don't want to traipse through the. Don't want to traipse through the lobby.
Perfectly acceptable.
Ready as I am.
As you will lay one of the towels down onto the ground. Or rather,
You sure?
inside the library. For Scruff to walk onto. Sort of like a doormat.
Scruff does so. And makes an attempt of trying to get as much of the mud off as he can. Without spreading it around too much.
He will present the bucket as a makeshift bath. However, he will mention that, well, normally ground types don't dislike mud, for the most part, but cleanliness is in order.
It's not that I dislike it. I wouldn't mind, but I don't want to track mud through your library.
Very kind of you. As he will push the bucket away, as it doesn't seem to be particularly needed, and if Scruff finishes with one towel, he will lay down another for him.
Out of character, I was low key looking at that, like, Scruff and the bucket. I did this to myself, but you've taken it away, huzzah!
Yes, and ground types are not partial to water. As Bean is not in on the joke.
Scruff will carefully step onto the next towel and do a little roll to try and get as much of the moisture off as he can.
The second towel is certainly much less dirty than the first one, and by the third one you feel clean, or at least clean it, or at least ready to get into a bed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian.
Not a problem at all.
Oh, I was wondering if you could help me with a little project.
Oh, what might that be?
I've got this little backpack that keeps me things in it, but Chomper gave me this here case with medical bits and pieces in it to look after the party, and I went down to the guild to see if they had a leather worker here, a tailor, but they don't have one for this village like the one we were in before. So I was wondering if you could help me rig up something.
I can certainly try. After all, tailors are a very specific profession because a tailor is able to rework dungeon items and items with special properties into other vestments.
I suppose that makes sense. So they be specialists.
You would be correct, as they can weave wonder bags into other articles of clothing or rework a scarf into a bandana to have the same effect.
That's good information to know. I was just hoping you could help me with Joey Riggin some kind of harness or something to hook it onto the backpack I've got rather than balancing it. Because
That
it's
much
quite slow progress to balance it through long tracks.
Ah, yes. Something like a harness? Yes, that I can do. Come, I should have some leather straps somewhere.
Scruff will diligently follow along afterwards, balancing the case.
He will take him back to his workshop, but this time the furnace is off.
Of course, no hot work.
Ruff, would you make me a perception check?
Ooh. Imagine that we mind, because it would, mind. Instinct. Perception. 3.
At least it's still a 2.
Alrighty then. With the furnace off, it is easier to look in its direction. There is a door that's pretty close to the furnace, actually.
That is where Bean's phylactery is.
Maybe. Who knows? Ghost types are tricky like that.
I mean, it could be there. It could also be like buried at the center of the world. Who knows? Scruff will take the opportunity to just look around the forge now that it's not blisteringly hot. He looks very interested because all things and tools and bits and pieces. He knows he can't work on any of them because he can't stand the heat, but he can observe.
As he seems to be gathering some materials, he'll notice the interest. Oh. Ah, yes. That room. Well, not terribly important, I suppose. Oh, that's just my storage closet. That's just...
Suspicious. Definitely his phylactery.
Wow, that makes sense. Nice and close to the workshop. Don't have to go far.
Yep. Mostly just a place where I put crafts that I made because, for the most part.
Always good to practice your craft.
You wouldn't
Nice way to pass the time.
You wouldn't happen to have an interest in weaponry, would you? I mean,
Not so much
I imagine
weaponry.
it might be difficult.
Not so much weaponry. I don't remember much need for weapons up on the mountain, but tools, picks, climbing equipment, that kind of thing.
Ah, yes. I do have some tools in there. Now, what did I have a pickaxe? Did I make a pickaxe? I certainly made a sickle at one point. I'm pretty sure that there was a hammer at one point. What size was it? Well, not important, I suppose.
Scruff is just quietly trying to remember the shape of the tools. He remembers the names of the tools and the vague what they kind of look like.
Actually, you are an amnesiac. If you remember the tools, then they are probably somewhat important to you. As he will set down those pieces of scrap that he'd gathered, or rather the strips of leather that he'd gotten together on his desk, and will go over to the closet and open it up before floating in. Now, where are they? Ah, yes, light. As he will light a lantern, and this is a pretty big closet, all things considered. It seems more like a display room than a closet, because it is decorated with all manner of other metal applications. Swords, hammers, axes, lances, shields, armors of various sorts.
Scruff will be looking at everything he can in just a sense of wonder at the skill, but also he's remaining on the other side of the threshold.
Yep.
He's not entering the room.
As Bean is browsing around, you're having a hard time seeing the wall past these things, as they are indeed mounted, but are basically like in front or on top of each other. Not to mention that there does seem to be a fine layer of dust accumulating on most of these.
That's a very happy memory. Yes.
Before examining one wall and say like, ah, yes, here we are. As his shadow hands will start putting some things in front of Scruff. A a a small handheld hammer and pitons. A sickle, a machete, and climbing picks or ice picks.
Not much call for these up here. Nice warm temperate weather down here.
Well, yes, but the library does move around, and I see new things every now and then, and I get some interest. Are these familiar to you?
Scruff's gonna shuffle over and look at them all quite closely. I don't know this long blade.
Ah,
I don't know this.
Usually good for cutting through thick foliage. More for jungles though, but mountains have their degree of foliage, so I thought that perhaps.
And I don't know this curved one.
Ah, the sickle?
It's not
Well,
odd shape.
That's more of a farming tool, actually. I'm not sure why I brought it out.
Well,
No, I remember seeing it. A black-robed figure was carrying it.
That's disconcerting.
No, they'd have bought a shovel if Scruff had seen him. Scruff's gonna peer over the pittons and these look good. These. I remember when I walked, I had some of these. They jangle awful loud, but always handy to have in a pinch. And browses over the hammer. That's a decent size. And he sort of lingers on the pick quite a while.
As you are starting to remember something. You were generally a very solitary person. But if there was one thing that you would call your companions, it was definitely, absolutely, and without question, your tools. These were your lifeline and what would always keep you alive if you knew how and when to apply them. The mountain had a very specific set of rules, after all, and you had to abide by those rules and watch out for the warning signs if everything was going to go well. And you were not someone who was inclined to carelessness. So, there were 3 checks that you did for your tools every time. First, when you were laying them out, to see them all and make sure that you weren't missing them. And after you'd put them all on, you'd check again to make sure that they were there. And after you'd gotten home, or rather safely and secure, you'd take them off and do one last check to make sure that they were all accounted for and you hadn't lost one. They were tried and true and had all served you well on numerous occasions.
As he's thinking, Scruff is just casually, or just carefully blowing the dust off of them and tapping over them to check if they've been maintained or made well.
They've been certainly made well, and while there might have been dust, the room did seem to at least be temperature controlled, as despite being clearly made quite some time ago, there weren't any signs of rust or anything of the sort.
You've looked after these.
Well, clearly. I might not have use of these, but they are still my hobby.
Good set of tools will serve you well. And save your life.
Oh?
We were I remember a little bit. I were a rescue ranger
Oh.
out on the mountains, and little bits and pieces. But I had a set of tools like these.
I see.
Couple of picks, good set of pittons, stout hammer, backup hammer, and compass. And he's going to bury his face in his floof for a little bit, and then nudge out a small pocket compass. It's a bit tarnished. It's a little bit dented. It still works. And he's just going to pause and look over them all, just happily, just as a raid in front of him. Minus the machete and the sickle, which he doesn't know why they're there, but they also exist.
He took that one bad, or he took that one back and put it away.
Scruff is just going to sit there for a bit with a look of contentment.
As you're going over the tool and examining it, there does seem to be under that thin layer of dust oil from its last maintenance. It seems to be pretty thin, though. These are probably due for another check up, so to say.
He's going to say that out loud.
Oh, is it that time already?
I don't suppose you could help. You could let me do a little bit of it.
Oh, by all means.
I might not have the right limbs for it anymore, to use them anymore, but I'm pretty sure I can help.
Then by all means. Actually, I was wondering something. I could make you something. As a apparently former mountaineer, I could make some tools suited for you that would potentially assist with ascending things.
Kind of pause a little bit, and something like snow spikes, or
yes, actually.
Oh. I haven't used those in a while.
I believe with the right application that you would be able to ascend most surfaces with them.
Just strap them to his hooves and watch him just climb up the wall and then across the ceiling.
My second character was spiders.
I was about to say I was about to say Spider Pig moment.
No.
Spider Pig.
Spider
Pig.
Scruff. Get it right.
Spider Scruff, yeah. Oh my god, yet another character with that. Yes. And it's something he can hide under his floof.
Yes. They'll never see it coming. They'll never.
Just imagine the next person who gets, like, to try and pick Scruff up just gets hit with snow spikes scrabbling.
Woe betide any who pick him up.
Into the Scruffers.
God damn it.
Now I'm thinking about Scruff that has a little, like, it's all black and white and has a little noir hat.
That sounds hilarious.
But to get into the Scruff first, you need to part the fluff.
Which is now guarded by spikes.
We're having a good time.
Scruff looks visibly intrigued. And quite eager, actually.
Well, by all means, all I'll need is a base set of measurements, and I can get to work right away. Making something like shoes shouldn't be terribly much harder, or shouldn't be terribly difficult. I can probably get to work right after finishing your harness.
I'd be much obliged if you could help me with that.
Of course.
Sounds like a very useful bit of kit. He's trying to sound like calm and reserved, but he's like visibly vibrating.
Yep.
Because he's remembered he had tools, he had a whole array of things he could do, and he very much enjoyed them. And now he has hooves.
Yep.
And now he has short, stubby hooves.
Yeah. You will always be able to use your tools, but it might be harder. But hey, you're getting one of your most reliable tools back, the snowshoes, that you absolutely must have at all times in the mountains, always.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm just imagining that we're just gonna see him take off running, and there's gonna be what is essentially just tank treads behind him.
There's a non-0% chance of that.
No, it wouldn't be that. It would almost be like crab tracks rather than tank tracks. The snowshoes with the grippy spikes on them.
Yep.
They're just gonna be like little, and there's 4 of them. There's just gonna be lots of little tappy dots left behind it.
Gruff's gonna cling to things as tightly as Squirrel clung to Farion.
God, no, I'm kind of worried that what would happen with the floors in any buildings. Scruff pauses and once they get them on, they'd be quite hard to get off, though. I imagine. So maybe some sort of cover, like a when you stow a pick, you had a sheath over it so that it doesn't spike you in the side. A little cover on the.
Retractable. It'd be a little bit more complicated, but it wouldn't be that tough.
I'd rather not have gone through. I'd rather not go through the effort of trying to explain to Samantha why her floors have got holes in them.
Yes, very well then. I'll make a covering for them that you can step in and out of.
Anything else I can do to help?
Well, actually, there has been something I've been considering. In lieu of making your life generally easier, would you like to learn Shadow Claw?
Squirrel
Shadow
was
Claw?
supposed to learn that.
Squirrel isn't here, tragically.
Tragically, Squirrel has departed.
Well, he needs
Squirrel
someone
can
else
still
to
learn
teach
it.
now.
I'm not too sure what that is.
Oh, well, it's this. As one of the hands will extend out. I do not have any hands myself, as you see. So, I adapted and acquired these. They are extremely useful, especially since I have trained their range.
Scruff's eyes just get really, really big. And then he looks at the hands, and then he looks at the tools, and then he looks back at the hands, and it's like, visible excitement.
Brain blast.
Oh, I see I have your interest.
We could reach things.
You could.
We could use things.
Indeed. I had been meaning to talk to you about this since Squirrel had showed interest, and well, this could make your life generally easier. However, this is a ghost type move, but perhaps with sheer determination we will be able to push through regardless.
We're good at that.
Well then, let's begin. As now Scruff is working on something, as Bian is also making his equipment. Paz has sold the gummy, so it's back over to Vane.
Ooh. Yeah, Vane is getting Kaza out of the guild.
Yeah. The Pidgeotto seems like they were getting ready to leave, but dislikes the rain a lot. Is like, so they have pivoted to the mess hall.
Yep. Vane is just straight up going to be getting Kaza out of there about as fast as he can.
Yep, Kaza would just ask as they're approaching the door if he wouldn't want to just teleport.
Well, we can if you want to. It's more up to you if you were doing that, though.
Yeah, no, I can do that. To the library or Sigmund's?
Well, I think Sigmund's probably busy working on that item, so let's not bother him. I got things I could work on at the library.
Oh, yeah, sure, right. He'll take a breath and teleport them back over to the library, still dry.
All right.
Meanwhile, Paz walking the rain, but he doesn't.
Paz is
mind that.
doing chilling in the rain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Paz is just straight up having a good time.
Paz is invisible.
That's true, actually true.
Is that a solvable thing?
Yes, when they are wet, they become invisible.
So many water types do that.
I know.
Mechanically, in this system, no, that's not a thing. But that could be one of the intrinsic feats at some point. But yeah,
narrative.
That would be fun. I mean, I'm probably less invisible and more transparent. Somebody could probably still see me if I'm right next to me.
They see the silhouette of the water running down you.
Yep.
As lightning cracks. Yet the intended target remains indoors. Lightning cracks angrily with no target. As Kaza ponders what to do before opting to go pick up their journal and start writing some things down. They seem to be writing down all the psychic information that they had gathered so far as more a refresher to see if, with all of it in front of them, if they can't glean something new, some insight.
Yeah. That is probably just a straight up good idea.
Yep. All the different accounts and information from other people, plus some on how they manipulate energies and how each one is different.
Yep. And if he does appear to be like, you know, some level of like discouraged or doubtful about himself, Vane is also just straight up going to do the thing with like reminding Kaza about the fact that like he was able to make that that protect move be better on the spot mid combat.
Yeah. Like, he does smile a little, but he seems like angry, determined, like dumb guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm not. I have friends now. I'm on a team. I'm doing great. Just like angry, but you're trying to channel into something productive.
Yep.
Angie.
Yep.
Ergo, Kaz is really gonna try is trying really hard to learn that psychic move now.
Yep. Just even the most basic of things. Literally anything.
Yep.
But yeah, so how's
He is also starting to write down everything about his teleport, so he knows what it feels like. So that feeling plus a projection of his will somehow.
Well, because you seem to be really angry at that guy, how about we go to the training room and you could always do the thing where you pretend like the dummy is him.
He's going to pause and consider, like, oh, yeah, I do remember stories where people do that. Okay, sure.
So was he a common problem, or?
He wasn't particularly special, no. Or unique by any standards.
Do I have to roll anything to have Vane keep a straight face through that?
By all means, it's probably a willpower check.
Yeah, you know what? I'll make it will forceful integrity.
All right.
That's kind of like, I think that's kind of like the worst thing Kasa could have said there.
Well, he's not really thinking right now. Oh no.
He got a 1 at least.
He got a 1. And admittedly, Kaz is not really looking at him as he's like walking to the training room and just talking. Like he's not as attentive as he usually is. He's just like tunnel visioning a little bit.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna say that with that, like, Vane isn't going to like visibly react outwardly, but I will say that his eyes have started just doing the thing.
Twitch.
Well, no, not that part. The part where it gets a little bit more vibrant.
Yeah. He's like, oh, he wasn't special, eh? I guess if there was anything, I guess he was the one that was the most bold about it. Like, that he'd just do it in front of other people openly. Kind of how my dad caught him and got very mad at him for it.
Yeah. Well, on the plus side, you did say that we were likely to go back to Hamoa in the near future, and considering he hasn't ever gone back there, well, it's not very likely that it'll be a problem again.
Oh, yeah, no, probably not. Whew. As he opens the door and steps into the familiar training room and ponders his dummy as he's just going to close his eyes and imagine violence.
Yep.
As Kaza is going to attempt any kind of psychic attack, just the first one that comes out, just as he imagines the bird and just imagines harm upon it. This will be a mind, instinct, and presence roll, as he is trying to will his psychic power into an active state.
Yeah.
Huh? Time for bashing something?
Oh, Kaza just got an exploding 10.
Oh,
Nice.
noted. Then that will be 2 successes already, and 6 dice. Oh no. I'm re-rolling that. That's minus
You do
1.
have a Storyteller reroll.
Oh, then I'll use that one.
Alrighty. Noted. And did you use that 10?
Yes, I did. He has 5 dice, he has 6 now.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, sure.
Oh, okay.
Also,
Wow.
Vane, you were also granted an exploding 10.
Yeah,
Do
I
as
just
you
didn't want to
will.
use it yet.
I wanted to make sure that you remembered.
Yeah. I didn't want to use it on the keeping a face thing, because even if he succeeded or failed, it would have been appropriate, so...
Yep. Your shadow might be boiling slightly.
Oh, yeah, but he's carefully standing just behind Kaza.
Yep.
But then again, his shadow has probably been boiling for a while now, and it just got a bit worse, so...
Also true. But this anger feels like your own. As well, time to finally put Kaza's first psychic attack move on him. As well, that's...
Hell yeah!
Oh my word, that is 9 successes.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Very nice.
As he just sort of like, with a very sour face, just reaches out, and, well, the neck of the dummy sure does twist approximately 270 degrees with a crack. It's like, oh my god.
You did it.
I did it. Oh my god, I did it.
Like I said, I thought you could do it the entire time. You just, needed to actually believe in yourself.
Huh. On one hand, I'm really happy. On the second, I'm not sure how much I should read into violence being my motivator.
Oh, probably not, but momentary inspiration for it seemed like a really good idea.
You're right. I'm just going to accept that. I know I wouldn't, but I can imagine it vividly, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Wow. Because he's just going to flex his hand a little and try again. Now that it worked once, so there is a path open at last. As now, instead of presence, he can start using ranged.
Ooh.
As he now has a real move. And he's probably going to be practicing here for a bit, getting his first dot in it. In maybe either of them.
Yeah. If he ever gets tired of doing that, what Vane is going to do is he's basically just going to do something akin to having Kaza practice his Aegis thing.
Yeah.
On a dummy, and then using attacks on it to help him practice it.
Rex is here. The substitute can be,
Oh, yay!
The substitute can be banished to the substitute.
Hey, yeah.
How are you?
I'm making it. Internet's been pretty bad. I'm just trying to get back checking everything. So I think we're good. Hello?
Hello.
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 I don't think that was... Okay, that wasn't me. Okay.
It was not you.
No, that was the bot.
That was substitutes.
Rex, I know the perfect way to test this, Rex, okay?
So, in the
Okay,
rules,
are you ready?
mentions that
Honey,
Oh,
please.
no.
Rex is a good boy.
Man,
Okay, yeah, it's working.
I'll try to get back into the flow of things. I missed a lot. Can I get a TLDR? What's going on?
A Pidgeotto was really shitty and bullied Kaza. Nim learned the basics of how to do magic in this world and got started on that. Scruff came back and is getting ice shoes from being made, as well as a tool set. And Kaza just used their first psychic move.
So, Hex has done a thing.
Yeah, it was a Pidgeotto that was shitty to Kaza, and everyone is like, we're burning this Pidgeotto tonight. We're having roast chicken.
Oh, and Paz got a lot of money.
Yeah, Paz got a lot of money. 8,000 and change. I forget the exact amount.
8,400, I believe.
8,400.
Yeah, 8,400. That. Yeah.
Well, dang.
Yep.
Seems like I missed a lot.
But yeah, Vane is just going to help Kaza train his shield move as well, because he can technically use that on allies. He just has to denote the dummy as an ally, and we can practice it with literally no danger to anyone, which seems a lot better than having Kaza put up shield moves and trying to use moves in his general vicinity.
Yes.
I can't believe that Kaza murdered the curse upon Rex's internet.
Yes. Yeah, that's what Vane and Kaza are going to be doing for a while.
Marvelous.
and this is gonna double as like training for Vane on actually like practicing using his move a bit more too. So
Yeah, it seems that continuous use of a psychic move that he is not used to did induce a headache after a bit. But when it comes to the Aegis move, yes, he can apply that to other things. It does seem a little random though if he gets 1 or 3 shields at the moment though.
yep, but Vane is just going to help him train it. Nothing like repeated use.
Yep. Chomper. Everyone is doing and has done their things. It's over to you. Where were you? Were you at the guild?
No, let's say Chomper was running around still like in a fevered panic to try to get everybody for Friend Day, and they haven't been able to find who they're looking for. And they're also starting to border on manic when it comes to like how they're like feverly looking around. They've actually been inside several shops, and there may be rumors about a Fukoku doll seems to be running from store to store, who seems to be like urgently doing something, but they don't know what. So
good. I don't know.
I'm going to say, for the sake of pushing immediately to the point, Chomper's actually going in their headspace. They're going, oh yeah, I didn't get a gift for wait, who did I not give a gift to? That's right, I didn't give a gift for Nim. I gotta go find Nim. Okay, let's go. And they're like running back around to find Nim. And
I mean, Noah was going to make a bone for him, but you declined after he said that I'm going to make a new one.
Chomper doesn't remember that. Chomper's going like running to Nim to give them the present that they believe they have for them already. So they're going to, I believe we passed by Nim on the way back to when they were walking back. They passed by Nim that was going towards Sigmund.
That is correct.
So that would be where Chomper would run off to find Nim.
Running into Sigmund's house as Sigmund is frowning. He's like, lots of visitors today.
Hey Sigmund, I'm trying to catch Nim. Is Nim here? I need to give him his gift for Friendship Day. By the way, I gave you yours already, right?
Yes, I do have the plush.
Oh, good. I hope you like it. You look like you could use someone to hug. I gave it to you. It's fireproof, I believe. Could you take me to Nim?
He's literally right over there as he points to a couch.
Ah, thank you.
Nim's eyes are closed, and he just waves a hand.
Oh, how you doing? Oh, you look like you're doing something. Okay, cool. Here, let me give you this real quick. I'm going to
slow down.
Backpack. Oh, yeah, no problem.
Breathe.
Breathe? What? I'm breathing. I am breathing.
You are rushing very quickly for some reason.
I am.
Sit. And he just, without opening his eyes, one of his hands is still kind of ambiguously reaching towards the ground, and he pats the seat next to him on the couch with the other hand.
Chomper like anxiously looks over at the door.
1 sec.
They're tapping their foot.
Awaits. Luvel Wolf just resubscribed for 10 months. Much many eggs and such.
Luvel, thank you very much for that resub and your 10 months of support. Thank you for helping the channel out and keeping it going. Hi. Continue.
Chomper's tapping their foot rapidly, looking at the door, and they look back and
nope. Sit.
Chomper hesitantly sits down. They're fidgeting. Okay. Here, let me get your thing. Chomper
Hold
digs in their
on.
bag.
Before you do, I want you to breathe. Remember the meditation that we practiced last night?
Oh yeah, that's right. And Chomper looks at his notes and sees this part marked Nim and Med. Okay. Chomper begins to try to focus on his breathing. Okay. Oh.
You're
that's
rushing
right.
a lot. Why?
I'm trying to make sure I can get to everyone before the day's over. I have a big list for Friendship Day. Trying to make sure that everybody gets something, but I think I forgot people, and I also didn't grab the things. Sorry, sir. I made a mistake. If you want, you could hit me. That seems to make it better, I guess.
Why would I hit you?
I don't know. That's what Sam did. That's what Sigmund does, and Farian does, and what most adults do. Chomper shakes his head.
That
Sorry.
may be what they do, but that does not make it okay.
Yeah.
You need to slow down, though. Rushing about headlong into everything will only end in disaster. After all, you've said that you've forgotten a few people, apparently. Well, if you sit down and take a moment, perhaps they may come to your mind.
But I have to keep going. There's not enough time. Just something could happen. What if
there is plenty of time?
Chomper's kind of looking off. Does look like there's something on his mind.
I sense a disturbance in you.
Disturbance? Something wrong with me? I don't.
You're not at peace. Why not? Is this Friendship Day of yours not supposed to be a good thing?
No, it is. It's supposed to be for everyone. Everyone's not just one person, and everyone's show how special everyone is. Show your friends you care. But.
And yet you are stressing over it.
I don't know how to say what's on my mind. I have a lot going on. It's a lot of thoughts. I don't know how to say it like Vane can say it.
Then say it in your own way. You don't need to do whatever it is. Oh, right. Vane was the one that apparently yelled at everyone, yes?
Yes, but he did it in a way that made it make more sense, you know?
So, you are not Vane. You don't need to yell at people. You are not Samantha or Sigmund. You do not need to hit them to get your point across.
Okay. I'll try. And Chomper kind of back a little more straight. They kind of pet over their headphones for a moment. They think of Kaza and the talks they've had and the nights that they've had of what he's been learning about Kaza and himself. He takes a breath and he begins to try to tell you in Chomper's own way. In the past, I didn't know the world at all. I always felt so small. My parents kept me in four walls. My bro, he stayed certain we'd be free. I listened anxiously, but the truth is I don't care for me. So in the end, all I care about is friends, to help them not feel the same pain I'm feeling. More than anything, I need to save my family more than anything. I've been just thinking about saving everyone still. But I'm doing the same thing again. I'm not planning it or taking time to explain. And I hurt my master, my trainer, Samantha. That was really bad. I need to talk to her, I think.
It seems to me that you've already found your words. And perhaps you're realizing the value of taking it slower, of taking things a bit easier. Rushing from one thing to the next will send you headlong off of a cliff. It's a lesson I had to learn a long while ago. Sometimes it's good to act resolute and jump into the fray. Other times, most of the time really, it's beneficial to have some patience.
Yeah. You seem like you are a lot more calm. I didn't think that you...
Let's just say there was a good reason why Cyrus responded to me the way he did. In my youth, I was definitely far more rambunctious, similar to yourself. But over the years, I've learned the value of patience, the value of taking things a bit slower, of making sure that I've got all of my T's crossed and my I's dotted.
Chomper's nodding. They wipe their eyes as they just realize that it's damp. Okay. I'll try that more. And Chomper's scribbling down in his notes. Thank you. I'll get you something later. For now, can I give you a hug?
He raises his arm. Still hasn't really moved the rest of his body, but he just gives a small nod.
They are, actually.
Chomper dives in. He doesn't really push back. Most likely doesn't push back Nim at all. But yeah, he gives him a big hug.
Aww.
Nim will return the hug with his one arm. Just remember that you need to take things a little slower. Again, like I said, if you rush through everything, it's going to lead you off a cliff. But if you slow down, perhaps you'll see the cliff coming and will see that bridge over there that you could take instead. Such as the situation with Samantha. Would have definitely been beneficial for you to slow down there and take the bridge instead of just jumping off the cliff. And what was it you did? You shouted you were gay and then ran off?
Chomper looks down and shakes his head. Yeah, I didn't tell her anything. That I have a lot of memories that are coming, and they seem to come out of nowhere, and I don't like processing them sometimes in the moment. I need to talk to her again. There was a lot there. But you're right. I should have stopped and explained myself better. I think I need to go do that before I continue Friendship Day.
Well then, I wish you luck. And if you need me, I'll probably be here for the foreseeable future.
I see. Looks like you're already training too. I'd love to train with you. I want to learn, moves from the light side of things.
You should.
Chomper looks at the voice.
It's Sigmund.
Yeah, it looks...
Also, I suppose, thank you for singing in my house while I'm trying to do something.
Oh. So sorry, sir. I'll
No, it's fine. Crazily enough, that seems to have aligned you slightly. If you could meditate, I think you might find some interesting results at this moment.
Oh?
Well then, it seems that you and I are going to be meditating together for a little bit, Chomper.
Meditating?
It's the thing that I tried walking you through last night, but you fell asleep.
Oh, yeah, that really helped me sleep. Okay. I don't want to sleep, but I guess I won't sleep this time. I'm not sleepy, so yeah, let's try it. It sounds fun. And Chomper sits beside him. How do I begin to meditate?
You close your... Excuse me, sorry. You close your eyes, and it helps to focus on your breathing first. And focus your attentions on only breathing in and breathing out.
As you hear a chewing sound. Oh.
What are you eating?
There was some left of the food from before that I put. I'll put it back in the backpack. Sorry, I got. Okay, breathe.
He reaches a hand above your head and pats you gently.
Chomper flinches heavily until the pat happens, and then Chomper blushes and just feels warm. And it's another terrible day for rain again. And continue.
Well, good thing it is raining.
Oh, inside Sigmund's house?
No, but it is raining outside.
Okay.
I'm thundering.
Also correct.
The lightning is angry because it cannot strike its intended target.
Chomper's tail is kind of whapping. This is like one of the first times that a hand was raised at Chomper by a authority figure that didn't end in, his jaw being realigned or being tossed into a tree or something like that. So Chomper's feeling just kind of a warmth.
Calm.
What, are you not counting Vane's wing pats?
Oh my god. Oh, there is.
Yeah,
What
by
happened
the way.
to Mike?
Oh my god.
It's because having a bit of computer problems right now, so I'm on my phone, so I can still interact.
Oh no, I'm infected. Tell
the ghost to stop.
I told Steve to stop.
Steve, leave us alone. You already got me.
Look, all I'm saying is, do you not count Vane's wing pats?
In character, yeah, I do. Out of character, what? Hell no.
Vane gave awkward wing pats. Don't you forget it.
Pat. I won't. Anywho, there's also Kaza too. But yeah.
Indeed.
Right. Okay. Well, Chomper's trying to envision a calmness. Chomper's thinking of trying to not let the heavy thoughts, enter his mind as much as possible, but they keep happening. Yeah, I don't know if I can do this. I keep thinking about it.
Yes, you can.
How do you
know that you are able to?
How do you not think about the bad thoughts?
Well, you think about the good things. It's a conscious effort, but focusing on the good things that have happened. You know, such as your first time having cooked chestnuts, not in a shell.
Yeah, first time chestnuts. When Kaza gave me the apple.
There's another good one. What about your friends? Good times with them.
I really liked when we played all those games together, and we worked together, and we won that that dizzy contest, and even Vane got to enjoy some games that night. Squirrel working on his medals. Scruff. It's fun to see Scruff get energized and be a little bit silly. They remind me of Scruff when they knocked the dog into the lake. And
Spider Scruff. Oh, did we tell Rex about that?
No, I know that he got. Yeah, what happened? Tell me.
It's the ice spike shoes that I mentioned.
Okay.
Using it to go over like walls and ceiling and all that.
Oh.
Yes, Scruff has gotten an upgrade, or is about to get one. He will be able to climb walls and ceilings. See, those bad thoughts are already far away, aren't they? Just a bit of a smile can really do a lot to drive them back.
A smile, huh? My brother used to smile a lot, even when we had a lot of bad things happening. He always kept smiling. Good thoughts.
Kindle the light inside of you with good thoughts, instead of letting the bad ones put it out. You'll always find that that the light triumphs over the darkness.
Find the light in the darkness. Find the light. Keep smiling. And Chomper's breathing is becoming more steady as he continues.
If you would like, I could attempt to come into your mind and help guide you.
Oh, my mind? Chomper thinks about it for a moment. Looks at you. Yeah.
He still hasn't opened his eyes or moved much.
Thank you for asking. Sure. You can do that.
All right. Enja, what would you like me to roll for doing that?
All right. To do that, I will ask for a mind teamwork presence check.
Oh. Can I help with the teamwork to make it, since I'm accepting him into my mind, I can help with that.
Fortunately, all of your effort is currently going into trying to calm your mind and keep it clear for him.
Oh, okay.
As you are not an expert when it comes to meditation.
Oh yeah, my debate was.
I think I succeeded.
Oh.
Would this be counted as a stab, by the way, considering he is psychic type?
I'll allow it.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes. Chomper's mind is still a little stormy, but it is noticeably much more traversable than it probably was beforehand.
You just see like a little Chomper with a top hat shoveling some chestnuts along the corner of the room. Hey, don't worry, I'm just gonna clean this up over here. You can walk through, just give me a second.
It's your mind, by all means.
In your mind, you will probably see Nim in his proper feral wolf form. Probably glowing a little bit in your mind as well. Ah, so you seem to have one of these storms as well.
Yeah. This tends to kind of always be stormy. As you can see, just random objects kind of being thrown around, floating. Some broken. You can see bits and pieces of random broken objects that you may or may not recognize. Just stuff you may have seen maybe broken or thrown in a living room or a kitchen, such as random objects, toys, lamps, dishware. You see it kind of sprung around, as well as maps. There's a bird in a cage over in the corner as well.
Remember, you are the master of your own mind. This storm, this is your choice to have here, as it is also your choice to calm it, to settle it, to take those negative emotions and resolve them.
I am trying. It's my choice. I can resolve them. I don't want to hurt anyone. And I'm not supposed to. Something's telling me I'm not supposed to.
Why not?
Because it's not right. Why? It's weird. It's not normal. These aren't my thoughts.
What is right about sitting here in turmoil? What is right about wanting, about allowing this storm to continue? What is right? What would your brother have wanted? What would your teammates want? Do you think they want you to be beating yourself up over things?
No. Cage is rattling. No, my brother wouldn't want me to be here. My team. I just want to be happy and safe. All of them just want to be safe. I just want to be safe. Just want to enjoy here. I don't want to be here.
Right now, you are safe.
That's what.
Right now, I'm safe.
With your friends, you are safe. I'm sure they will all watch out for you. They will all make sure you're okay. And they don't want you to hold on to this.
Yes. I'm gonna work this out. I'm gonna figure this. No. I keep saying I. Not alone. I have my friends. It's okay.
As Scruff pops into your head and just gets grabbed by the tornado and gets flung around.
Oh no!
Go for the eyes, Boo!
Not
Go
again.
for the eyes!
Oh, you think that's a joke? I want to actually do it.
Fuck.
Scruff, no! As Chomper's imagining a Scruff being taken by a tornado. No, he's gonna die. Wait, no! I should have did it myself.
We have new influence. No, that's not canon.
Scruff is blasting off again.
Kind of want it to be. Chomper's having a.
I'm just imagining Vane sitting there like, good thing I can fly in turbulent winds. This isn't so.
Vane's just like floating in the eye of the storm, like, oh yeah, this is nice.
Oh, how familiar. It's just like my mind.
You can see, as you start mentioning people's name, you can see Scruff. He seems to be circling what looks to be the team as well, but you can tell he's doing it in a very, very fevered way. It's causing it's causing, like, you could tell he's basically sputtering and puttering, like he's basically used all of his energy, but he's still doing it anyway. You see Paz over there in the laying down, face down. There's like water everywhere, and all the trees are drenched. Chomper's trying to breathe as like he's shaking his head a bit as the bad thoughts are kind of trying to like make way. Okay, I'm trying to focus.
Nim pats his head again. You are safe. All of them are safe. Scruff does not push himself that hard. At least not that I've seen of him. Paz, last I saw, is perfectly okay. Yes, he may have had that rough spot, but he is fine now. And in fact, you gave him a canteen for water to make sure he doesn't wind up in that state again.
You're right. Paz and Scruff are gonna be okay.
A new voice is going to introduce itself, as it will say, "Yes, Chomper. You're just like Squirrel in a way. Very eager to rush forward, aren't you?"
What? Nim, is that you? Eager to rush forward?
Can Nim hear this?
He can, right now.
That is not me, no. Who are you?
I am one who belongs here. But, here's Chomper. Isn't it interesting? Do you want to be friends with them? Are you sure that's what you want?
Yes.
Are you sure that's a good thing?
Yes. I want them to be safe and happy.
Despite everything that happened, they've not apologized for Squirrel yet. You've talked to them, and they're not going to. Are these really the friends you will cling to after you failed to chase Squirrel twice now? Are these the ones that you're going to cling to as the days pass, continue to choose not to chase your real friend?
Chomper,
You
you are the
will.
master here. This is your mind. You decide what's here. You decide what belongs. You decide who is your friend. And what I see are people that want to be friends. That you genuinely want to be friends with.
Chomper slowly nodding. Yeah. They're my friends. We've all been through this together. And they're all just trying to make it. They're scared. Like me. They just don't know what to do. And they're trying their best. And they're hurting. And I've hurt. And I know what that feels like. They're hurting differently. Pain is pain. And I don't want my parents to feel pain. I want them to be happy. I want them to eat food. I want them to play. I want them to do the things they want.
If you want them to be happy, then there's one thing for you to do. Run away and let them be free of a second set of baggage.
Yeah. I don't want to run away. Not like my dad. I'm not gonna leave them alone like I felt alone. No, I'm not doing that. No. And
It's the
that cage is
smart
rattling.
thing to do, but then again, that's never what you do, is it? That's never what you do.
Chomper's reaching for their headphones a little bit, hands shaking.
You don't need those, Chomper.
But they help.
They help, but you are strong enough to do this yourself.
Tune out the world and focus on yourself. Escape. It's what you do best.
I don't want to be that. I want to be there for my friends, like my brother was for me, like Nim is for me right now.
You'll drag them down, and they will be hurt again because of you.
You will not drag them down. What are you? This voice, you do not belong here. You may say you do, but this isn't Chomper.
On the contrary, I'm more Chomper than he is himself.
What? Are you like Wade? Or are you... This is my thought.
No, I am your memories, Chomper. as a new figure will begin to manifest. I've been here with you since you came to this world.
Oh
And
no.
I am who you will become, and I'll be waiting.
Well, I'm committed to the pit. No, you're not me! You're not me, I know! I'm not you! I am the shadow, the true self! And then boss fight, baby! Let's go! Oh,
Nim,
shit.
I would like you to roll a soul logic lore check, as you, in all your travels, may know just what this is.
Since I'm helping Chomper, can I do teamwork?
You may.
Okay. Because I don't have anything in logic.
Oh no. I really wish we made those splash screens you talked about, Enja, now.
I will see what those 10s turn into, but probably gonna willpower this. Okay, maybe not.
Oh.
Actually, I've got a whole bunch of souls still. I'll just, soul one of those at least. Six.
You know what this is. What an awful thing to have turn up now of all times. But you know what this is. You've seen these before. A parasite. A void parasite. A leech of memories.
What does he know about dealing with them?
Void parasites hardly ever show themselves unless they feel threatened in some fashion. Ergo, Chomper might have a breakthrough that might reveal one of his core memories, which would threaten its hiding place. Ergo, it has arrived and is actively trying to discourage him from peeling back some of the protection it has.
Okay. What does Nim know about defeating them or removing them?
Well, they steal the core memories, the important memories of a person, and in doing so, build protection for themselves to hide themselves in a mind. Once they choose to hide, it is virtually impossible to find them. And even still in the mindscape, it is otherwise impervious to basically everything. You have to simply refute and overcome them, the host. After all, while they may have your memories, they also cannot harm you either.
Alright. You are not Chomper. You are a parasite. I've dealt with your kind before. Chomper, this creature is here because you are threatening it. It is living here, trying to keep you. You are winning this fight. You are taking control from it. You, no matter what memories you get, you choose how your future is going to be. You are the one that decides who you will be. Not your memories, not this creature. You are winning. Don't give in.
Yes. Yes, sir. Chomper glares at the parasite. I'm gonna protect my friends. I don't know who I was completely, but I know what I want to be now. And that's a good friend. Someone can depend on when things are bad. When even God is trying to hurt you. I want to be there for my friends. That's the kind of person I want to be. Get out of my head. You don't belong here.
See you later, Hex. Thanks for joining.
Bye, Hex.
Later.
Wasn't talking to you, by the way. Goodbye.
You will never be free of me.
Chomper shivers.
Yes, he will. He has his friends at his side. He has people that care about him. You may be living here. You may be surviving here. But he will win. He and his friends are far more powerful than you are.
Chomper looks at you and nods. Big wordless thank you.
What naive faith. I'll look forward to this then.
Chomper's thinking with all his might to drop a bunch of chestnuts on you.
Let's have a nice bout, shall we? I'll be waiting for the results with bated breath as he will fade into the darkness. I'll be seeing you, Chomper.
Chomper's looking. They're glaring. They look angry, determined. But if you look at their hand, their fist is clenching hard enough to bleed as they're stifling fear.
Release your fists.
Yes, sir. Ow. Oh. As he lets go and you can see the droplets fall.
Clenching your fist creates negative emotions. It helps them to feed. To win in this, you need to embrace the light. Embrace positive thoughts. Remember those memories you were telling me of. Bring them here. Use them to calm the storm.
As he looks back, and there's something on his tail. At the other end, for a moment, you can see Squirrel as they fade away, as the shock just makes that memory go away. Okay. And slowly, you can see a table. Lots of food starts appearing on the table. As around the table, there Chomper's friends begin to appear. And for the first time, you actually see a version of Chomper's vision of Vane, looking very much like he first arrived. Hat's not any kind of marks from being scuffled by them or anything. And he's actually enjoying some bread and smiling. So Scruff, Paz, Squirrel, Samantha. You see others in there too. Even CL's at the table. He's actually sitting, eating, not talking about training. Even Furry is there. In proximity to Vane and not getting attacked. But they're eating.
Very important distinction.
And everybody's just enjoying life. That bird cage stops rattling. The bird seems more calm. They're not free, but they're not panicking. I think I'm doing a little better.
But you need to calm that storm. You need to banish it away. Resolve the storm.
Chomper's trying as they're going through a bunch, almost too many things, but they try to focus in on one big aspect of the storm. And their eyes go wide as in front of them is a woman. They're human. You don't recognize them. Chomper recognizes them, but barely. She's looking at them. The face is one of hurt. It's not quite angry. It's just like in a constant state of disappointment as she's looking down at Chomper. Chomper instinctively begins to flinch for a moment, but stops and looks up at her. I know you must have been hurting too. With everything. I tell myself it, but I never really. I still got angry at you after a while. That's why I left. I forgive you. And the apparition of Chomper's past changes its demeanor for a moment. Almost a weeping smile before fading out. And the storm begins to dull a bit.
And the ghost of Chomper's past has been vanquished. Now for Chomper present.
Prepare to die. Prepare to die.
The parasite. And future.
Well, there is something to note, though. Do you have your headphones on right now?
Mm-hmm. They're on the neck.
Fascinating. You're hearing something from them, but it's not music.
Chomper instinctively begins to like pretty much out of habit begin to put the headphones on. due to hearing music coming out of them, or something coming out of them.
It's something else. It's not music, but you can sort of understand what this is. This is an emotion.
Can I roll to understand what the emotion is, or what is the emotion? What is it? What does it sound like?
At the moment, it is positive, it is warm, and it is proud. And where is it getting this from, you might wonder? Why? It's right next to you. It's right next
Chomper's still steadily breathing, looking around, and stopping on Nim. Starts feeling a bit connected to the tune, to the music, to the sound of empathy. Mm-hmm. I can hear something. It sounds confident, caring, controlled, understanding. I think I know this feeling. Or it feels familiar.
You are able to have that feeling yourself. You are able to be that light yourself. Everyone is.
It seemed so far away before. What's different? Is this real? Are things are better?
This is your mind. It's as real as you wish it to be. You can embrace it as much as you wish.
And Chopper waves his hand as a bunch of dishware begins to start running around and dancing, all carrying different plates of chestnut dishes all over it. Another hand waves, and suddenly everybody at the dinner table is playing a weird television like setup with controllers that have like big like buttons and sticks that come out of them, and they're just playing and having a good time. Even CL's playing Makaza as they're like playing a game where they're fighting each other, but they're just having a ball, just going back and forth, winning and losing. And yeah, Scruff is there, able to relax, enjoying some food, doing some ice sliding, Paz is there doing some pot shots at a different kind of like one of those Hawkeye games where you just shoot the targets. They're skeet shooting, and there's like getting every shot they shoot. Vane's relaxing with a nice cup of coffee and a loaf of bread, watching Kaza play their match, rooting them on. And then Squirrel's there too, working on his crafts, working on his metalworking. He's decked out in a full set of armor. He has a tail axe. He has another axe on his shoulder. And basically it goes on like that with everybody, just the idea of everybody being in a happy spot, happy place.
It looks to me like you have a goal to achieve.
Yeah, I do. Chomper's smiling. Thank you. I think I'm ready to wake up now.
All right. I will see you on the outside.
See you,
Damn,
sir.
that was full.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Chomper, you have gained something
It was a great job
through
sir.
all this.
You especially good job, Enja. Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead. What did I get? I got something? Wait, is that like
Yes. As focusing with your headphones now, with no music playing, you can use Heart Sense now.
Oh, that was what that was for?
Correct.
I'm glad I made it back.
Yes, me too.
To be fair, tip goals are specifically made to be either this session or the next, so.
Yep.
Fair.
I could have postponed it.
Also, I may not be able to talk for a little bit, but I'm still going to be listening. Same as always, so just like, step Vader cousin, just be fun and practicing. I'm just letting you know in case you do want to interact with Vane, I will most likely be unable to talk for the next, 15 minutes or so. Just letting you know.
Understood.
So, back in the real world, Nim is patting Chomper on the head again. He's got a smile, though he's not. He's still in that meditative pose, his eyes closed, just kind of staring ahead.
Chomper opens his eyes, feels the heavy paw on his head, and just takes a nice deep breath and sighs happily, like, hey, it's still mumbling like thank you when they wake up too.
There's
their eyes
nothing
open.
to thank me for.
So, seems like you got it. Sigmund says, still working on his item.
Chomper tries to say something. They stops talking and go, and before you know it, you're getting another tight hug.
Sigmund or Nim?
Nim.
Okay, it was like Sigmund was the last one to talk to you, so I don't think that ended well.
Raised brow. Are you sure about
I got the power of hearing emotions, not superpowers, so we're not gonna risk that one. But yeah, the hug keeps going until you push off, or exactly 2 to 3 minutes.
And Nim's not one that's going to push you away.
Aww. Sigmund awkwardly in the corner watching, try not to gag.
He's got something else to focus on. He knows that Chomper's always going to be a disturbance one way or another. Just leave him to Nim. Just leave.
Chomper gets up and they nod. Okay, sir. There's something I need to do. I'll see you back at the library.
I guess I'll just explain what you got later then. I guess I'll just
Oh, no, I can wait. And Chomper walks over to Sigmund.
All right. Not quite sure how that happened, but it seems that you have made those headphones of yours a focus. Seems that with all your emotional outbursts lately, you've been quietly accumulating mana and I'm not quite sure how. Maybe it's just a human thing, or maybe it's because you had no mana at all that it flowed so easily into you. But I do believe you've just acquired your first arcane technique.
Arcane? The thing
Magic, in other words. Magic.
Oh. I was listening and I felt the way that Nim makes me feel when I listen to him, and how he feels, but it was a lot stronger, and it made more sense. It was a lot of just courage and that feeling of family, those values, light, and it still felt a little wild in there. Wait, so you're telling me that I can feel how people feel?
Correct. Or rather, you can hear how they feel. There may be some interpretations done if they're feeling a lot of things, muddled emotions and whatnot.
Okay. Maybe I can use this to help people. Nice. And Chomper pets over his headphones a little bit. Cool.
That might help you in having more successful conversations.
Yeah. Any help's good.
All right, that about does it.
Thank you, sir. I'll be back later to learn things from you, like Nim's learning. Thank you for helping us.
I just gave you what you were going to get anyway.
Chomper has his arms open as a question.
No. Not now, not ever.
Well, that's why you have the teddy bear. I'll see you later. Thank you. Chomper turns around and begins to walk out, waves at Nim on the way out.
Nim waves back. Still same pose.
Did you wave with your eyes? Did you wave with your eyes closed?
Yes.
Oh, that's baller. Okay, cool. Chomper notices that and just in their head, oh, he's so cool. It just keeps walking out. And now, after all that, Chomper is not running. He is actually like a brisk walk, and he's currently going to the library and going to look for Samantha.
Well, before we get to that, we are at that 4-hour mark, so I'm going to go ahead and split up the recordings.
Good idea.
Yep.
So, thank you everybody for joining us so far today for Lost in Chaos Scar. check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is one of the best. You guys are the ones that keep this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without you guys helping out and supporting the channel, whether you do it financially or just with your time. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. That's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by grabbing some packs of cards to stream loots, tipping to the channel directly, or by using our Humble Bundle partner link. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Duke. Keep it
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.